Oh my goodness, this music is bopping. What is going on? Whoosh. I can't keep up with it. Woohoo, that was a good one. I liked that one. What's up, guys? Welcome, I'll be on in a second. You guys digging these new tunes? I'm jigging these new tunes. I'll be there in a minute. Hold your jets. Ooh. Hey guys! How's it going? It's been a while. Almost a week. Hope everybody's doing well today. Hey Gina, how's it going, buddy? Hi Pierce the Sky. Hi Vlorin. Hi Sleoys. Hi True Chaos. Borja, how's it going? Love from Madrid. Hello, Madrid. Yeah, Borja, I saw that you missed the theme for tonight. So if anybody is trying to be on top of what the show's theme is going to be, if you want to submit homebrew for it, just remember that I post what every stream is going to be about, usually on Sunday or Monday, on my Discord. And if I remember, I post it in my YouTube community tab. So if you're ever like, man, I want to do a weird thing, just check that. Because today we're going to be looking at maps, which is pretty cool. Hey, Steph, how's it going? I'm doing pretty good. I know, Slash Dude, it's been a hot second. Hello, Luis, or Lewis, whatever you prefer. It's all right, buddy. You're doing your part? Man, I'm doing my part. Hey, Rob, bro, friend, how's it going? Any specific themes to the map? Not really. I kind of wanted you guys to just send in maps that you were proud of, and for us to look at them, and then for us to use them to come up with some cool ideas. Maybe think, what is happening? What is the music doing tonight? DJ, what is going on? All right, I guess I'm here for it. Right? Turn it up. I don't know what's going on here tonight, guys. Anyway, yeah. I can't even. I was gonna tell you what we were gonna do tonight, but I'm very distracted. I'm distracted by this music. It's a little bit of it's like halfway to here, wait. It's like halfway to that song about how I'm not gonna study war no more. Listen. Gonna study war. Ain't gonna study war no more. I ain't gonna study war no more. I ain't gonna study war no more. You know? You guys know that song? Probably not, you bunch of D&D players. You're trying to make the wars happen. Trying to get the war going. All right, I'm turning that off. That was hectic. That was a little bit too much. Or was it the perfect amount? Wait, what's another song that's like that? No. No, that none of them really had that Balkan bop. Anyway. Hi guys. Welcome to the show. Tonight we're going to be looking at maps. What? Am I more? I have my towel on my chair. Get away, towel. So tonight we're going to be looking at maps, and we're going to be using those maps both to appreciate a good quality map, or somebody putting their heart into trying to make a good quality map. And then we're going to be thinking about, what can we do with these maps? Do they inspire ideas in us? Could we perhaps use them in our own games? I don't know. That's what we're going to figure out. It's going to be good. So it's not exactly going to be a normal critique, because we're not going to be like, grammar, balance, blah. But we are going to be like, what works about this? And what could we do with this? If this was a map we were going to use, how would we use it? So we're going to be talking a little bit about world building, a little bit about lore, a little bit about whether or not a tool is intended for a dungeon master or a player, and the way that that might affect you building it. And then, ideally, coming up with just some cool, fun, wacky ideas that you guys can take home, put in your pocket, forget about them for a week, find them in the dryer later, all sort of crumpled up in a ball. Unroll them. Take a smell. Appreciate a good quality scented laundry detergent, leaving its scent upon your ideas, and then paste them on the wall or whatever. How does that sound? Does that sound good? Chat. You got one for your book submitted? Hell yeah. What I want to do is create a rotating ring map where the dungeon moves around like one of those old code rings for old PCs. You know, there are some maps that are floating around the internet that are so convoluted and crazy. In fact, maybe I'll show you one. Let's see if I can find it. Okay. This is I'm going to show you something before we start. I'm going to show you something from 8 years ago that is kind of insane, and I have tried to understand it before, and it's very hard to understand. But I'm going to show you sort of the idea that I'm playing with here. This is not something I've ever done before, but it's a map that I've thought about forever. We'll start with that. Oh, I have a question to ask you guys, too. I might play around with doing different screens today. You can still submit. So basically, the way that you submit on YouTube is there's a submission link in the video description. If you're on Twitch, you submit by doing the command wheel in the chat. And then you're there. So, we could have our screen like this tonight. And I don't know what the move is. We could do this. Or we could do this. Do you prefer the full screen with chat and me kind of just on it? Or do you prefer the windowed? Just say one or two. We're not polling it. And I'm just going to count. It's pretty 50-50. Wow, it's very 50-50. 2 is somehow less? 2? 1? Oh my god. All right, well we'll start with this just because it's Bildo is my mod. This is true. Does this mean I need to listen to him? It's a little bit more 1s than 2s. But I don't know. I kind of like the full screen. I kind of like the full screen. In chat, you can hang out over here. I think we're going to do full screen to start, and we'll switch it up if we need to. Can we do the one where it's just zoomed in on my face? Yeah, sure. You prefer this? You don't care? The Twitch is also linked in the YouTube video description. Or is that better? Okay, enough. Let me show you something. Okay, so this is a map. Okay, music, you need to chill out a little bit. Okay, so this is a map that someone made a while ago. That is a 5D hypercube map. It is a interdimensional map. And I'm going to post it in the chat so you guys, if you really want to, can play around with this thing. I have spent hours trying to understand it. It is tedious at best, but I'll just show you a little bit of what it's like. Here is the map of the dungeon. And it's pretty big. But each one of these squares connects to another one in a way that essentially you are playing in a 5-dimensional space. And the point of the map is for your players to get out. Now, I never ran this for my players because I couldn't understand it, so I felt like it would be unrealistic for them to solve it if I can't even understand it. But it is a lot of fun to read, and it is one of the most... I mean, I read this post first 8 years ago, and it's still, like, jammed into my brain. You know, this isn't even a 4D map. They skip 4D. They've gone past 4D. 4D is too simple for this map. This map is 5D. I don't even know what that means, but that's what it is. So it's confusing. Anyway, I don't think this is a particularly amazing map from a evocative standpoint, but it kind of is an amazing map from an evocative standpoint too. What? Because it's both nonsense, but I think it speaks to like the possibilities, you know? It's such a weird way to think. Anyway, I'm not going to go through all of it, but I wanted to... I just wanted you guys to know that this exists and that this is a thing in the world and that people have tried to run this before. I just want you to know that. What are these bonus things? I don't even know what these are. So these are their, this is their players trying to navigate it. Okay. And what is this? I think this is, what the fuck is this? Here is the entrance door to the dungeon. Oh, I see. That's cool. That's a really cool entrance to the dungeon. Anyway, those exist. That is a level that we have accomplished as a people before. So yeah, 5 cube, the 5 cube dimensional theory D&D room. Wow. What a crazy time that would be. You know? So I don't really expect any of you to have done that. But if you did, I'd be really impressed. But also that's not, you know, what you need to. Yeah, goals. Exactly. The way that you submit is you do the command wheel in the title or in the chat. If you're on Twitch or on YouTube, it's just in the video description. It's probably something similar to the game 5D chess. Maybe. I have an idea where the dungeon is drilled into 2 different kinds of rock, one local and one invasive. Rooms' walls contain varying proportions of stone. That's cool. In fork-like patterns flowing in radial directions. I can build the wall patterns in Minecraft and take screenshots. That's cool. Wheel, yep. You just do this. Look, I'll do it for you. Behold the power. All right, let's see how many maps we have. I'm really curious. I wasn't sure how many people were going to submit stuff today. Because it's a little bit of a, it's an odd one. One of you did not put your name, so you aren't on the wheel. Who was it? It's this person. The person, okay, if you sent in something and you said, for a description, you wrote local area map for my current/new campaign. If that is what you wrote as your description of the map, you did not put your name. And so you are not on the wheel. You can edit your submission to include your name, and then I can add you to the wheel. But until then, you will not be on the wheel. What rules do you have for the Fae? I don't have too many super fast rules. Like, I don't have too many specific rules for the Fae. I kind of make the Feywild different depending on my campaign. The main thing that I think is universal is that it's always Twilight. That's the only thing that I think I always keep. But everything else is pretty different. I also don't know if anyone in my campaigns have ever gone to the same part of the Feywild. So I've never had to have any sort of consistency. I also like it not being super consistent. I feel like it's better when it's inconsistent. What's up? Oh man, I don't know how to say your name, but what's up to you? You cannot wait till we need to explain lots of your map. Well, if you don't understand it, then we're just going to make up our own nonsense for it. The thing is, I'm not really, the game isn't look at your world map and make your world lore. The game is look at your world map and figure out what we would do with it. And maybe what we do with it is be like, huh, that's confusing. I always considered the Feywild extremely saturated with color, and the Shadowfell just literal black and white. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I'll call you Learly. All right, Learly. Oh, you submitted some homebrew today. You submitted a map I saw on the thing. It's world map. It could be any kind of map. It could be a world map. It could be a battle map. It could be a treasure map. Any sort of map. We're looking at. I would just want to see your maps. We're looking at maps. We're being like, that's a cool map. What would we do with it? Hey, it's what's his name? It's the song that other guy uses. Michael Rappaport, the NASA guy. That's not his name. You know, one of my guy that I went to high school with works for Crunch Labs now. I haven't spoken to him basically since high school, but I just was looking him up because he always was doing cool weird science stuff, and now he's a crunch lab guy. He's crunching up stuff in the lab. Yeah, not Michael Rappaport, Mark Rober. Hey, Patrick, tonight would be a really fun night if you want to come on stream. We are looking at people's maps and brainstorming ways that we would use them in a game or what sort of stories we would tell with them. So if that sounds fun to you, you should come on. If it doesn't, no worries. Do you guys want to see how many pieces we have so far? I think we have like 40, which is a lot. Way more than I thought we were going to get. I thought we were going to get like 10. First stream, checking out my content while eating dinner. Cool. Well, welcome. Yeah, we got a lot of maps. It's okay. We're not going to spend an hour on any map. We're going to be looking at them, thinking about what we do with them, dancing and prancing. All right, let me call it Patrick.
Greetings, comrade.
Hey, but oh wait, my microphone's not connected yet. Give me a second.
Hello.
You can't hear me yet. I bet you can hear me now.
Because I can. Yes. Hello.
Yeah. How's it going, man?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing very well. Very well. So Patrick, we're going to be looking at. Did you hear me say what we're doing for the show tonight? Maps. Here, wait.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yes, I did.
Wait. Oh, and we're doing more open style camera on this. Cool. I'm seeing if it's better looking because we're looking at maps. I just thought we should have more screen being the actual image that we're looking at. So we're doing
real estate.
We're doing minimal my layout tonight. But here's the wheel for the night. Ended up getting like 40 pieces so far, which is pretty cool.
That's incredible. That's really cool. These are all art pieces then, right?
Yeah, yep. So basically any map. Could be a world map, an encounter map, a battle map, a treasure map. And the basic plan, as far as I see it, is I want to look at the maps. I want to say what I think is cool about them. And then I want to use what I think is cool about them or brainstorm a little bit of how I might use them in a game or what I might do with them if that was a map I was going to use. And then people can do that if they want. And that's it. That's the game. That's the plan.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
And we're going to change the music every time to fit the environment that the map takes place in.
Ooh.
So to start us off, because I do feel like I'm going to just be predictive here. We're going to start off with stereotypical rolling hills and groves of trees, The Hobbit battle map music. That's what we're starting with.
Yeah, nice. Cinder.
Yes.
I think you'll appreciate this. I'm drinking a seltzer, right?
I love seltzer.
And it's a ginger lime seltzer. It's basically Moscow Mule, but without, any of the sugar or alcohol.
Okay.
It's pretty good. It's weird. It's the essence of a Moscow Mule.
Yeah. Patrick, a couple people in my chat are wondering who the fuck you are. Who are you?
Oh, what a good question. Hey, wait a second. Isn't that Mr. Unbalanced Encounters? That's about right. I am, among other things, Cinder's Dungeon Master. We do a podcast together. I am very regularly the GM. I'm the GM for the main show. Cinder is also a GM for many of our bonus arcs that are patron exclusive. And Unbalanced Encounters is a fun little narrative play podcast. We played D&D, and then we edit the absolute fuck out of it so that you're only getting the best bits and goofs and gaffs and cinematic combat scenes.
Yeah. So Patrick's my dungeon master. He's also we're also making Wastes and Wilds together. Which is like a campaign D&D homebrew book that's going to include a bunch of classes, monsters, subclasses, a whole setting in this sort of after the gods died and the earth is shattered, Wild West, Mad Max post-apocalypse. So we also do
just,
that.
It's an absolute word salad that you just said, but it makes sense in context, and it feels so crispy. It's so good.
Patrick, have you ever seen this article from 8 years ago called the Penteract Dungeon, which is a 5D hypercube based on like fifth dimensional math philosophy concept?
I can't say that I have.
I can't understand it, but I did read it 8 years ago, and I think about it all the time, and I'm just going to post it again. I'm just going to actually send it to you. If you ever want to go down a rabbit hole of this is a brain theory seems impossible to run, and I don't even know if it's possible for me to visualize, you should check it out. Super weird. Okay, but that's neither here nor there.
Let's go.
What is here nor there is that we have some maps to look at. Like, let me just make sure I have everybody on the list. It's the bottom of the people. Oh man, people are coming in. Love to see it.
Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah.
All right, so let's give her a spin, shall we? Vloran. So Vloran hit me up before stream, and they asked me if they could include lore in their map. And what I said to them was basically, you can, but I might not read it. Like, I'm not super keen on your lore. I'm really keen on your map. So they asked, can they include it? And I said, sure, no problem. So there's gonna be some lore included, but in our brainstorming, we don't need to keep it in mind. I pretty much explained this on the doc, but this is a campaign setting I'm working on. Please keep in mind that this is my first campaign setting, so there might be rookie mistakes. This is the best place to share, because we're not really critiquing your map. We're kind of just looking at it. We're eyeballing it. Here it is in the Twitch chat. Here it is in the YouTube. All right, where is the map? Yeah, we're definitely not going to look at any of that. Okay, so there's a bunch of maps on this list.
Interesting.
So I guess the first thing that I'm saying is this is very clearly a map for you to use, is what I would imagine. If this is not a map for you to use, I would not use this system of explaining information, because this is going to be confusing to your players. This is a hard to understand map.
I see what they're doing. I definitely see what they're doing. So instead of using like a visual key where it's like the little triangles represent like a mountain range, or you've got little tree shapes, kind of bush shapes to represent like a forest, they are using largely colors. And there's a little bit of like additional elements. The numbers represent specific landmarks that are the focal point of the map. It's very sort of abstracted instead of visually represented. So I think that you're right in that it's not super intuitive to someone who isn't the person who designed it. You could put the work in, all the information's there, but you're not going to be able to glance at it and be like, oh, I see how this works.
Yeah. I struggle with these kinds of maps because if I'm being honest, I would not want to use this for myself. I wouldn't.
Yeah, this is not how my brain works either.
It's not how my brain works. It's not how my brain works. Like, it would be how my brain works if I'm doing like running like a real-time strategy game, maybe. Like, you know what this makes me? You know what this map makes me think of? There is an old real-time strategy game called like Civil War, where you basically play the North, and it's sort of like Civilization, where you're like, it's turn-based, and there's no graphics to it at all, and the map looks like this. And there's all of this back-end information on certain types of troops moving more easily through certain terrains, and it was an interesting thing, but it was very hard for me to use. I think if it's easy for you to navigate so you can figure out what's going on in your world, I say go for it. But this would be a hard map for me to use, just as my brain does not work this way. And this is clearly, Pat, I think you hit the nail on the head, that this is an intuitive system for somebody that made it, but it is not intuitive on look.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I think that's a matter of sort of information priority, right? Like this map covers a lot of ground in a way that if you were to try to write the names of everything in, try to do little illustrations to, kind of logographic illustrations would be really tricky, right? Because you're putting a lot of information on this map, and it's not a very big piece of paper.
Yeah, it's basically Baba said it's sort of like we're looking at like the DM notes.
Yeah. I think that's right. That said, I mean, Cinder, is there anything that we could glean from this that we think is interesting for how we might use it, or are we feeling like it's just a little too impenetrable?
Well, I think that for me, I guess the more honestly, it feels too impenetrable. I would say what I would maybe use something like this for is, almost like I would almost try to turn it into a game, where it would be like, I am going to like pick a spot on the map, and then I'm going to look up its geography, look up its topography, and then like figure out what I would put there. But it would be more of like a game I would interact with as a map in my world building than it would be something that I would like give to the players.
Yeah, I think that's right, and I think that's honestly, now that I'm looking at the key a little bit more intently, I think that's very much sort of what the point of this is, right? Like this is a lookup table as much as it is a map, where it's like, oh, this connects to this, and then it's a mining town in monster territory near this river. Right.
Yeah.
And so, like,
do you know what?
If I need to build out a mining town, I know that's like a narrative prompt for me to build that out.
Do you know what? Baba said something in chat that I think is super interesting, and I agree 100%. Using something like this for like a Hunger Games type game or something like that, where you give it to the players and they are benefited by them doing that work. Do you know what I mean? Like, they are given an incredibly tactical map that was created by, that is like an in-world map that was created by like a military organization, something very like where when you are looking at it, you're looking at big code books and rule books and stuff. And then they can, if they want to, figure out what the different colors mean and the different symbols, and they can almost like, it's almost like a puzzle to solve, or like
drip that information to them over time too, right?
Yeah.
Like, additional history checks in town might lead them to conversations where they're like, oh, that symbol means that this is monster territory, right? And that could potentially be fun if you sort of made it almost its own little mini game within the world.
I also think that would help, though, especially with the vibe of it. Like, the vibe of it is so tactical. Maybe not even in the information that's given, but just the way it is presenting information, using numbers and letters as annotations, and then different keys that are associated with it. The only other thing that I would say, and this is going to be, I think, more of a general piece of feedback, is if your goal is to make this publicly usable, these colors are not that. A lot of these colors are really similar. I would say, I am a colorblind person, but I would argue peach and things like light brown, turquoise, I would pick bolder color differences, and I might lean into using like patterns as well too.
This is why when you see fantasy maps that are made for public consumption, there's a lot heavier of a reliance on that logographic representation, because it is fundamentally more accessible, right? Like, you're reliant less on color distinction and small referential sort of lookup distinction, which can, again, it'd be hard to parse.
Yeah.
And color distinction's a good call, though.
Yeah. Vlorin said that they use this map mostly so they can track how far people have traveled in a day, where they are, what events might happen, what events are happening currently, like what things they might encounter.
What's really
No, I want to hear what you say first, but I have a thought about that.
Yeah. I was going to say, what's really interesting about this is that you could actually do this exact same information, that the physical layout of this map is not, in the end, all that meaningful. You could do this map as like a flow chart, which is really interesting to me, right? Like the highly tactical map like this, you could literally do as like a series of connected nodes where it doesn't really matter where they are in physical space. And I don't know if any of you are familiar with flowchart or graph-based dungeon planning, but it's a thing that you can sometimes do where you're not strictly thinking about the dungeon as a series of rooms that connect together. You're thinking about the dungeon as a series of challenges that can have connections that are maybe a little bit more flexible or malleable in terms of the literal space that is between them. And this map could kind of be represented like that as well, which is interesting.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it's basically what it is right now. Like, it doesn't need to be, you know, because we have a key for how far things are away from each other. They don't need to be accurate here at all.
Yeah,
but I guess what I'm seeing here, and it's really, I don't have much to say about it other than it's the opposite of the way I play D&D. Is that it's it's like you're doing all of this work so you don't need to figure out how far they've traveled, what monsters they might encounter, what things are going on later. You're doing it all beforehand. You're like, I know that if they're going through the grasslands, it's going to take 3 days to get through, and they might encounter this, this, or this, and this is happening in this part of the world. I don't want to have to follow the rules of a map I made before I started my campaign about what things they might encounter, how long it's going to take them to get somewhere, what they might encounter in the world, because I want to change that based on what's happening, like, at the table in the session. So it's interesting. It's sort of like deciding where you want to put the work in. But it's the same reason why I don't like running modules. I really struggle with deciding the way the world is going to work really concretely before the game is played. And
to be fair, I do too, but to be the voice of the other side of that argument, that's a style thing, right?
Oh, 100%. No, there's nothing wrong with it at all. It's just something that it's, to me, like, I 100% see someone being like, this is going to help me. But for me, I feel like it would only help me if I had no idea what I wanted to do that session. Otherwise, it would feel like it was limiting me, and I would end up getting annoyed at myself, you know?
Yeah.
But I think it's a pretty cool idea.
And I think we said about all we can about this one. So.
Yeah, cool. Thank you for sharing. Yeah. All right. Oh, by the way,
this is going to be such an interesting lens into how people prep for their game.
Yeah, this is the layout of the Hypercube map.
I'm going to pretend I know what that means.
So get fucked, Hypercube map.
Good lord.
All right, wait. I got to get my fucking music right. Sorry, we got to give our little sound. We got to get my applause going. It's harder for me to find things when one of my screens is maximized. Where's my applause button? Applause! Thank you, Lauren, for sharing. Thank you. All right. That was not, I'll be honest, Pat, that was so much more of a tool version of a map than I thought we were going to get.
Yeah, I was not expecting, like, a game planning framework map.
No, but I mean, it's a cool thing.
I'm expecting a lot of pretty pictures.
Yeah, it's all right. It's a cool thing, though. Boo! Next is Sabauk 01.
Sabauk.
This is the world map of Etrogor, and the point was to make it big.
Cool.
We're getting an Incarnate map. I do love a good Incarnate map. Are you familiar with Incarnate?
I am.
All right, here it is in the YouTube. This is the main thing I was using to make maps for a while. All right, here it is. Here's our big world map.
Can we zoom in?
How
big? I want to know.
Oh, we can zoom in. Not crazy, but a little bit. The point was to make it big.
It doesn't feel that big.
It doesn't feel... Well, you know what I realized immediately was, like, what's the... When you make a world map, what is there to measure scale? There's the things. But, like... like, the way that this is written, it could be... This could be...
It does give us a scale.
This could be
up top.
1 centimeter equals 10 kilometers, but we don't... But what's 1 centimeter?
Yeah, I mean, screens are not reliable. On my screen currently, this map is roughly, I think, 100 kilometers long, which is really not that big.
No, it's still pretty small.
Yeah.
Wait, your thing's only... Your screen... It's only 10 centimeters on your screen? That's a third of a foot. The other, I think what might help to make a map feel bigger is to make the regions a little bit more different in their vibe. Like the forest area of Feroka doesn't really look or feel any different than the lands of righteous men. You know what I mean? There's no color differential. Kind of just looks like big forests. Even when I zoom in, we're getting like some castles and some forests, and then some hills and some forests. But I think
it's also not really telling a story in a way that like it helps to make it feel big or distinct.
I'll tell you what it is. It is literally big in that when you zoom in, the pixels of the mountains and the trees are small.
Yeah.
Like literally it's big. But beyond it being literally big, there isn't much to make. If I was going to make it try to feel big, first of all, Bro, thank you for the raid. I appreciate that very much. If I was going to make it try to feel big, I think what I would do was include more points of interest. Like I would try to give us the scale by showing a little bit more that these are like whole, not just a city, but a whole section of cities, completely just like, you know, like the Isle of High Elves kind of just looks like it's just one big city. It doesn't really look like it's like a nation or a kingdom.
Yeah.
And I think that might help with that. If I was gonna make, well, I'll tell you where the story is for me here. I think there's an obvious story, which is that there's these weird grayed out sections of land. The land of false men, the steppes of the unknown, the land of the unclaimed. Like there's these whole parts of
a lead for sure.
There's these whole parts of the map. I mean, it's clearly what stands out the most. It's all the grayed out stuff. Like I would probably be like, there is some plague overtaking the kingdom, or something that is spreading, or something that is being signified by those areas like become unknown, like they become lost to memory or to time or something. You know, like sort of like a false like if false Hydra worked as like locust or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what I would do with this. I would lean into that.
Yep. I think that's right.
Because everything else does kind of just look like, here's the name of a place, and a forest and a mountain.
Biomes on it too, right? Like change up the way the forests are. If this is supposed to be like a whole planet, or like even a particularly like a hemisphere, like give us a pole, right? Like give us some rainforest versus the regular forest. You know, give us something that's a little distinct.
But yeah, I think it's cool. I think it's neat.
Yeah.
Listen, man, if you were like, oh shit, I was gonna draw these in later, maybe not. Maybe keep these as these weird, unknown, scary places full of forgotten memories and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Thank you very much, Subace. Yes.
I have to bounce out for a minute, but I will be back here in just a little bit. Can I shoot you a message?
Yeah. Just let me know.
Cool. All right. Sounds good.
If I don't see you in Discord, just message me on Twitch or something.
Yeah.
Right, cool.
I'll be back.
Bye. Click. All right. Thank you, Sabak01. Quick, say nice things about him while he's gone. No. We say nice things about people while they're in front of us. While they're facing us. So far, we haven't needed to change the music, by the way. We continue to be the Fantasy Forest. Is it possible the gray areas are territory of some warring nation? Maybe. If I was going to use that map, though, I would lean into the bareness of those sections, because I thought that was cool. Felice Knees. If you submit more than one map, I'm only going to look at one. I am proud of the aesthetic, but definitely open to nitpicky critique. I'm not really critiquing too much tonight. I am wondering about your thoughts on including cities on maps. So far, I have not included cities so that I have more options in the future, but this is a player accessible map, so it might help them visualize the world. Okay, a player accessible map needs to have cities because they're not actually traveling through your world. So the map is like, this map, if it's for the players, means nothing if they don't have the names. Like, they can know that they're in the northern Borneo forest and that above them is the Ayakata grassland, but they have, being in the northern Borneo forest doesn't mean anything other than being in this big area. So I would include the names of cities on maps. Okay, aesthetically, this thing is fucking awesome, though. This is a really, really nice looking map. Like, very, very pretty. Very, very pretty. What's going on down here? Why can't I scroll down? Oh, I see. Very pretty. It kind of, like, not including the cities also kind of makes it, I guess it makes it hard to know, like, where the goal, what direction to go in or where safety is, you know? If I'm in the northern Borneo forest, I want to know I want to know where I should be heading. And I guess the question that you should ask yourself is, what do you want your players to do with this map? You're not hearing the music? I don't know what to tell you. It's playing. It's not crazy loud, but it's playing. Anyone else see the smiley skull under Aspar? Where's the smiley skull? Oh, it does kind of look like a smiley skull. Yeah, I agree. Very well. Yeah, I agree. It is a beautiful map, but there really aren't any hooks on it. Now, I think there's a couple ways that you can put hooks into a map. And I think probably the two easiest ones are picture of weird thing or hyper evocative name. Those are the two easiest ways. So, for example, even plain. What is even plain? This is probably like a flat place. The northern Borneo forest, that doesn't really make us feel anything. Pelika doesn't really make us feel anything. The Ayakota grassland doesn't make us really feel anything. And that's not bad necessarily, but if our name isn't going to evoke an idea, I think it is always a good idea to think a little bit about putting some, like, special locations on the map. And that could be as simple as, like, you know, if, for example, in, like, here's one, the Arcanon Crater. This is exactly an example of that. This is a point of interest, but it's kind of hard to spot, and it's maybe the only point of interest. Everything else is sort of just the name of a region. And the reason why I think things like points of interest particularly are important is because you want your players to engage with their map. You know? You want a player, like, if I'm a player and I'm looking at this map, I'll tell you what, there's maybe two places on this map that I'd be like, I really want to go there. One would definitely be the crater, because I want to know what made that crater. I want to know what's going on with that crater. The other one is the Pumpkin Lands, because that's a funny name. So I would consider putting some other points of interest on the map, or some things to indicate a little bit about what the vibe of these different regions are. Tortoise, yeah, the turquoise split for sure. Maps should be less reference and more teaser. I want to go to the City of Lost Souls. Well, I think it depends on your goal for the map. I think that if the goal of the map is, because, like, if you're, like, think of, like, the Lord of the Rings map. It doesn't really have that many points of interest either, but the goal of it is so that you as the reader can track the progression of the characters and can sort of see what's going on in the politics of the world. You kind of could do that with here, too, with something like this. But in D&D, the map, I think, needs to be something that can be used a little bit more actively. I really do feel like you definitely should put cities on it. I think that would help a lot. Or roads or something. Paths. Pumpkin Lands feels like the Pumpkin Village from Over the Garden Wall, maybe. It's a beautiful looking map, though. Like, this kind of map, I think, would work perfectly well at the beginning of a book. And I think if I was going to give it to my players, I would draw roads on it. And I would draw points of interest for them to go to on it. Because if they don't know what the path is, then it doesn't really matter. You know? But, man, very pretty. All right, this was Flea Sneeze. Let's give Flea Sneeze a little round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Really lovely. Really pretty map. Boop. Oh, we got a couple more submissions. Lovely. Lovely. Porcelain Island should be like a city of ceramic golems. I missed Porcelain Island. Where is it? Oh, here. That would be cool. I agree. Click. I hope I get picked tonight. I love maps and I'm very proud of mine. You can remove yourself from the wheel by clicking the edit submission form and then just hitting backspace on all of your stuff. Boo! It's Crazy Moose is up next. Or maybe a regular moose. Maybe this moose isn't so crazy. This is more of a more strange world map of a plane of existence I created known as the Hetaric, or the Estranged Child. I'm still developing the lore and making it fit all together, but exists as a mirror of the material plane that was created by blah, 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 blah. The land is different in every region, ranging from the oxidized lands of Oxidia to the blackened and hungry lands of Glimmer. The whole point is to be strange. I hope you like it. I hope it's strange enough. All right, let's take a look. Here it is on the YouTube. Here it is on the Twitch. Oh. I'll tell you what, immediately, I think you do a good job of making this look strange. Immediately. There's a couple things that really pop to me. One is there is some really vivid color differentials going on here. I am colorblind. The Pure Frost, I can't tell if this is natural or not, but this looks very unnatural in its coloring. And then, obviously, front and center, we have the Glimmer with these fucking tentacles coming off of it. And it looks like there's some tentacles up here, too. Is this supposed to be tied to this? Are these lakes, are these rivers supposed to be tied to the darkness of the Glimmer? So, when we were talking to, like, with the last map, for example, I think that this map, even in just these tiny little things of just naming a couple cities, places, I think it helps a lot. And there's, like, weird details. Like, as a player, why is this area full of eggs? Why are there eggs here? Why is this called the Bleeding Pyramid? There's Darkness Down, the Corrupt World Tree. Like, I am calling me curious. The Boneyard? Okay, so we have Blood and Bone Land. We have the Foot of the Beast. The Blood Coast. A lot of blood. Double blood. We have Oxidia, and we have Pure Frost. The oxidized flesh. So what do we think is going on in this world map? Okay, so this is like a planet made of like a body, right? We've got bones, we've got flesh, we've got blood, we have whatever glimmer is. This is like rot. I feel like the Pure Frost and the Foot of the Beast kind of stand out as feeling like a little bit of the odd man out there. But it's basically a planet made of body. It's like a body. Is this just, do you just turn Magic School Bus into D&D? Is this just Magic School Bus? This might be some Magic School Bus shenanigans. Auric Captain, thank you for becoming a member. The username is codified. Thank you for becoming a member. Is it like the body of a dead god? It kind of feels that way, doesn't it? But almost smaller because it's not like the skull and the foot. Oh, I guess this is the foot. But it's like these are the bones. This is the blood. This is the bones and the blood, I guess. It is a fucking weird... I think you have accomplished the goal of weird map, though. Like, if I saw this world map, I would assume we were doing some... like Adventure Time, Feywild-esque, or almost like, not Feywild, but like the Lost Island, where every part's like a different season. Here We Froze. Yeah, I have no idea what that is. God Hill. Why does this island not have any names on it? It's a little bit... Yeah, like if the map we looked at before was like the type of map you would get at the beginning of a Lord of the Rings type book, this is the, like, deviant artist rendition of that map where they, like, took the time to, like, color it out and try to make it feel like a map that you would get at a, like, painted as opposed to, like, somebody would write in a research book that they were doing cartography in. Incarnate was used to make this. The same thing that was used to make a couple things tonight. Incarnate's really good. If I was going to set a campaign in a world using this map, I would probably lean into the ridiculous vibes of these areas. And I would probably be like... I probably would try to figure out what, like, the Blood Coast people would be. And what, like, the Oxidia people would be, and what the Bone people would be, and the Ice people. And it might be like a golem world, where you had, like, the blood golems, and the flesh golems, and the frost golems, and the bone golems, you know? If I did that, Glimmer might not even be an issue. This might just be another spot. But I could also see it being, like... the Glimmer is like a plague, or is like a new emerging nation, like assuming that these things all have some element of life to them, maybe in the same way that like volcanoes turn into islands, like the corrupting of the ground can be like the people changing. I don't know, you get very weird with it. You could also make it so like, what does oxidia mean? Does this mean oxidization, like metal, like copper? So these would all be metal people. I don't know why I keep saying flesh. I guess the whole thing is just very fleshy. Yeah, it feels very Crown of Candy. Exactly. It feels very Crown of Candy. You're astonished how people can add stuff in and not get overwhelmed with the amount of places you put in a map. Well, the thing that you got to think about is realistically, if you're running it, like if I was running a campaign with this map, I wouldn't need this whole map. You know, I would need the Tower of Patina and the Glimmer River and maybe Coppergate. I would just need this. And maybe they'd hear stories of some giant lake, and then maybe they'd hear stories of weird stuff happening on the coast. And maybe they would even have some encounters with this, like, corrupt river. But the Glimmer stuff probably wouldn't even come into play for, like, the whole first arc of the campaign, you know? That would just be, like, background noise. Because you still, at least for me, it doesn't matter how big the map is, I want to start my campaign small. I want to start local. I don't like starting campaigns with these huge, big things because I feel like it's harder for players to get grounded in their characters when they're worried about geopolitics before they have a sense of who their character is. So, you always start small. It's a fun map, though. If somebody was like, you have to run a campaign using this world map, I feel like that wouldn't be that hard to do. Like, it might not be the campaign you want to run, but there's a lot that you could do with this. Coppergate sounds like a scandal to do with electrical wiring. It seems like a world with non-traditional elements, like Adventure Time. Exactly. That's why I thought this felt very Adventure Time. Incarnate has a free version and a pay-for-it version. It has both. It takes time. This map took a while to make, I'm sure. For me, it's always the hardest to put the first few things on the map. I mean, if you zoom out, you can start with something this big, right? You could start out with just being like 3 things being like big splotch, bigger splotch, little splotch. And then you're like, all right, this one's going to be this color. This one's going to be these 3 colors. This one's going to be these 2 colors. You know, and then you're like, okay, well, I made this one red, so Blood Coast. I made this one kind of whitish, so Bone. And then you just like, okay, what's a cool bunch of bone names? You know? So you sort of build it slow. Are the rivers in Boneland blood? Is that what's going on here? But the rivers in Bloodland aren't blood. I don't know. Very cool. Very weird. I think you have accomplished your goal of weird. How can you send in your map? The link to submit is in the video description. If you only have a picture of it, you can upload that picture as a PDF in Google Drive, and you can share that. Or you could upload it to a website like Imager. Your first few ink art maps will take you a really long time, but the more you use it, the quicker and easier it will become. That is true. That is very true. I'm imagining a race of people living in the bone area that work bones into weapons and jewelry, and there's a stereotype that they're super violent, but secretly they're super peaceful. That's kind of a neat idea. You're taking it... I was imagining that this was full of people that would be made of bone, like bone people. Sort of like how the Candy Kingdom's made of candy people. But very fun, very cool. All right, let us give Moose, the redundant Moose, a big round of applause. I think that's a really weird map. Very cool. I think you've accomplished your goal of weird. If I was going to run a campaign in it, it would start in the... It would probably start either in the Blood Coast or the... it actually would probably start in Oxidia, because I feel like Oxidia would be the easiest to make it feel normal in a weird sort of way. And then maybe it would be like an Avatar adventure where the first campaign would take place here and they'd hear about the other ones, but then they'd have to go to Pure Frost and the Blood Coast and the Bones, and, you know, they have to go to each nation to learn something, and then the last arc would take place in Glimmer. And that would probably be what I would do there. And I would lean hard into the Avatar, The Last Airbender vibes of nations having, like, being kind of isolated and not knowing that much about each other, and a lot of, like, fear and stereotypes, and some of it being true, but most of it not being true, but all of them still having, like, radically different cultures and peoples and totally different vibes. That's what I would do. Boom! Thank you for sharing. That was a crazy one. All right, we got to change this music up a little bit. I'm getting bored of it. Stop. All right, we're just going to go to my generic fantasy music playlist because I don't want to listen to the same thing over and over again. Ooh, too loud. When we get a world map, we'll hop in. Hey, Patrick, you ready to hop back? No pressure if not. Let's see. Anybody new? No. Lovely. All right, let me grab you. Patrick, you missed a crazy one. Patrick, you missed a crazy one.
Yeah, I saw right at the tail end there.
It was like the Crown of Candy world map if it was made of like
Sick.
body parts, but also sort of, but like maybe not body parts, but like different elements. Redundant Moose gifting
Very
10
cool.
subs. Thank you so much.
Oh man.
There was like, you know, it was sort of like, it was less like Crown of Candy and more like Adventure Time where there were just different main elements. There was like the
Sure,
bone
different
and the
kingdoms.
blood and the cold and the oxidized metal.
Cool.
It was weird.
That's cool. That's
Yeah.
fun. That's fun.
It was
That's
one
giving
where
me
I almost
ideas.
forgot to do the point of the activity because I was just talking about the map. I wasn't trying to brainstorm ideas for it because I was just looking at it. So I think that's a good idea.
That's cool. That's fun.
I think that means it did well. I think it means it's pretty cool.
They did well. Yeah, I think that's a good accomplishment.
It was a map where it was a map that when I saw it, I was like, if I was gonna run a new D&D campaign, because I'm very controlling over my games. If I was going to run a game for people that I like wanted to run a game for, and they were like, hey, can you run a D&D campaign, but in a world that we give you? Normally I'd be like, I don't want to do that. But if they handed me that map and were like, can you try to figure out something for this campaign? I don't know if I'd run like a...
Could do.
I don't know if I would like it as much, but I could definitely do it. Are we allowed to submit a map that's been reviewed before on stream? Sure. I don't think I've only done a map review like once. So, sure, I guess. But also, thank you for the resub. You're wonderful. Yeah, weird map. All right, let's take a look. Boobity, 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 boobity. Did you eat dinner tonight, Patrick? Dinner is important.
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
Okay, good. Next is Rror.
Bro.
Palace Throne Room Battle Map.
Oh, it's a battle map. Okay.
I love a good battle map. The throne to an immortal vampire, a drow empress built for a grand encounter and imposing first-time meeting. The lighting makes me happy. And Sauron's theme was playing the whole time. All right, cool. We're not going to play Sauron's theme, but, you know, that's okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, here it is. Let me post it in Twitch. Let me post it in YouTube.
Damn, that's cool.
Okay, so we have a big throne room battle map. The blood, it's got a bloody aesthetic, very red.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, the first thing that I'm noticing about this map that I would be thinking about if I was going to be using this is there's a lot of ways in.
That's true.
There's
That's a good
1,
point.
2, 3, 4 different staircases. Although, now that I'm looking at it, I'm wondering if
Not
this
all of the
staircase...
staircases.
I'm wondering if this staircase goes to this upper area.
Yeah. Yep. I think that's right. I think that's how that connects. You might want to label that just so it's a little clearer. But yeah, I think so. That's still a fair number, though, right? Like, still the 2 in kind of the front.
And you got the side stairs.
The side stairs, and then there's this one there's the one on the far right with the this little like hallway staircase right there.
This?
No, off to your right. So it's the one that just kind of ends.
Oh, this? No, this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder how I would handle that if I was a dungeon master. I'm wondering if I would. I'm wondering. I would do one of two things. It would either be one of those situations where players kind of feel like they have a lot of options, but they don't really have a lot of options. You know what I mean? Where there's like, oh, there's 3 different ways you can go, but they all kind of lead the same place. Because that way you could have like the stairs and the stairs and this stairs all basically lead here. The other thing that you could do, though, is you could have it be so, like, this is like an off, sort of like the stairs at the top that go to a bedroom. This could just lead somewhere else. Like, these could lead to, you know, the back balcony of the castle that look out over the cliffs or something like that. So it could almost act as like the exit if you didn't want to have people have to go all the way through the dungeon to leave, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
If I was going to use this map, I would probably try to create a situation that allowed for the combat to be taking place in multiple parts of it at the same time. That's what I would do.
You know what I would do with this map? You know what I would do with this map? Tower defense.
What do you mean?
I would have something in maybe like the middle of the room that needed defended. Right? And I would send in enemies in waves from different entry positions.
And you could sort of see them over these, like, these breaks would be like elevations, so you could be like shooting at them as they make their way down.
Yep.
That could be really interesting. Interesting. You know what? That could work. Okay, let's say we wanted to keep this as a boss battle, okay? So you could have that work sort of like that, where maybe the boss in their first, maybe the boss is like incapacitated or something where they are not fully able to fight, but they're able to like summon their minions, so they can like summon their undead ghouls from the banquet, or like their henchmen up from the basement. Maybe these stairs go to like where all the bad guys hang out when they're off duty or something like that.
Baba Ganesh says tower defense could get grindy in D&D. I wholeheartedly agree. This has been something that I've spent a little bit of time thinking about. I think the two most important things are most of your mobs should have basically one hit point. If you want to do that as like a swarm, or if you want to do that as the, you know, sort of 4E minion rules or whatever, they should basically have one hit point. And then also, you need to make sure that there's time in between waves for players to like set up traps and like burn resources, and like plan, because that's where a lot of the fun stuff is. It's in the setup, not necessarily the execution.
That makes sense. I'm trying to think of what I would do with traps and stuff here. The other thing that you could do is if it's a vampire, so you could play around with that. Like, you could, for example, you could have there be windows, and you could have yourself like break windows to let sunlight in, so that could act like, you know, like as all the vampires are going down one hallway, they're getting blasted with sunlight.
Exactly, that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's a neat one. The one thing that I would say that is odd to me, and I guess maybe it's just going to be somewhere else, is that if it's a vampire, I feel like its coffin should be somewhere.
Yeah, there's not a lot of stuff in here.
I would put its coffin up in its secret room. Because you want your players to still be able to find the coffin and kill them. Although maybe the coffin is like down these stairs in some dungeon or something. But I like the idea of tower defense, something where you're taking advantage of these long hallways on either side. While the fight is happening, I think would be very fun. I think it would be a lot of fun. What's going on in this bedroom? Got a weird bathtub of goo.
Maybe that's the coffin.
Oh, maybe.
There you go.
Yeah, those are my thoughts. I think it's a neat map. If I was going to use it, I would. The other thing that you could do, and I've done this before, is you have maps where there's like things that are happening. So like, for example, there could be some sort of puzzle that they could do in the top left banquet area that would affect the battle. So like, if a character wants to run up the side to try to solve that, they could essentially like weaken the boss or something like that. You know, like it has a giant blood cannon that shoots at initiative count 20, but it can be disabled by going up into this space or something like that. That kind of thing can always work well. Creating situations so that players and characters can do slightly combat adjacent things to impact combat can add a lot of dynamic feeling to combat and make it feel more like a scene in a movie than like a combat encounter a lot of the time. Yeah. All right, cool. Thank you very much, Rror. Let's give Rror a little round of applause. Where are you? Where's my applause button? Applause. Thank you for sharing. Thank you. Look. I like battle maps. Battle maps are sometimes the main inspiration I get for my like D&D games that I'm running. I'll see a battle map I really like, and I'll be like, okay, what campaign can I run that will lead to me using this battle map? You know, like you sort of reverse engineer it, especially like really big crazy ones that are like sort of psychedelic. Where you're like, all right, how do we build up? One of the best campaigns I ever ran started because I found this map of this giant circular disc that had like the astrology symbols sort of on the sides, but in D&D version, and like a weird portal and like these giant golden snakes. It was like very astral plane shift portal platform vibes. And I basically built a whole campaign about them finding that room so they could go to other dimensions. And then when they got there, it was like, oh, it's so cool. It's like, yeah, because I built the whole campaign, so it would feel like this fit perfectly, because it does for this campaign. Pat, I wanted to ask you something. Boom, yes. Sovereign is next. Somebody asked a question earlier that I thought was a really good question.
Sure.
And they were like, I'm not sure if I should include specific cities on my map because I don't want to have to like commit to where everything is. And my thought was better to commit to where things are so that players can have a sense of space. You don't need to necessarily know what they are yet, but I'm curious if you have thoughts on that. Like when you make a map, do you feel like that matters?
I feel here's how I approach it, and it's very heavily informed by a kind of a very typical rule in games that are in the Powered by the Apocalypse system, which is leave blank spaces. So when I do a map, something that I try to keep in mind is that nothing is real until I say it at the table and it's agreed upon. And so if I have an idea for a city, I won't put that city anywhere in particular until it comes up in the game and the players arrive there, or they see it in a book or on their own map or something. And then it goes on the map as a historical record of where I've said it was. Because at that point, that's when the players want the continuity. That's when they need the ability to say, oh, that's down here, and in relation to this, I can use those pieces of information to inject this new idea into the game, and like that's how they manage their authorial contribution. But up until that point, it doesn't need to exist anywhere, and I don't like to overcommit if I can avoid it.
Do you feel differently about it when the map is player facing, or do you feel the same?
I don't think I've ever given a player facing map. For pretty much precisely that reason, right? Like, when we've done Unbalanced Encounter stuff, I have given you guys like
very simple.
Of the map
but it's their regional map. Like they're very simple.
There's like a dot, and it's like that dot is like, I think there might be an unnamed city here eventually, right? It's very much parting the curtain. I've never given a map as like a prop where it's like, this is meant to make you feel like you're part of a fully fleshed out world. And I think the reason why I haven't done that, and again, it's a stylistic thing, is just because I do so much in-flight world building that it would not feel good to have a very, very, very unfinished map. Yeah.
Somebody asked what player facing means. Player facing means it's intended for the players to have access to it. The players are intended for the players to use it. So like a monster stat block is never player facing because it's the dungeon master is using it, as opposed to a magic item, which is player facing because the player is going to see what it does. So that makes sense. For me, it depends on what kind of campaign I'm trying to run, because if I'm running a very story focused campaign where it's sort of just we're just sort of vibing, then I don't know if I need a map. But if I'm doing if I'm running a campaign that requires the players to feel like they're traveling, and like that's the goal, is like I like running Oregon Trail style campaigns sometimes where it's like you're on a journey to get to someplace. I like
Yeah.
using maps for that because I think it helps players have a sense. It gives players a foundation for them to imagine the progress they've made and how far things are away. Like, I want them to be able to see something like, oh, the place we're going is this far away and we have gone this far. So, you know, they can sort of get a vibe of it. Or the other thing about that is they can pick their path. It's harder for them to pick their path without a map. And I think in a campaign sort of like Unbalanced, like ours, Unbalanced Encounters, the way we pick our path matters more from a vibe perspective than a literal the way we pick our path perspective, because we're doing because the narrative what is driving it, so like more than anything else.
And as a consequence, we're building out the space in between, like based on everybody's collective vibes, right? If you and again, Avatar's a great example. Crown of Candy, I think, is a great example where it's like if the politics of the world, and this is true of Avatar too, if the politics of the world or the like navigation of the world is almost the point of the story, that changes the circumstances quite a lot. And you really need to have that scaffolding in place so that players can make informed decisions, right? I think it just depends on the kind of game.
Yeah, it does. And what I'm realizing, and I think this is one of the things that I really like about us, is that your home games and my home games are so different. Because
They're so different.
because my players are, for all intents and purposes, like they are not like old school grognard angry old men.
Sure.
You know, they're people of diverse age and backgrounds, but they are kind of battle war gamers. Like my players want to journey, they want to hunt for treasure, like they want to play they are not super interested in complex character growth and exploring emotional relationships. They want to know that there's evil that they have to thwart. They want to solve puzzle, like they want toys. So I almost always give my players a map, and I always populate it with very specific of things. I just don't necessarily know what those things are yet, but it's because my players want toys. They want to be able to, like one of my players in particular, I just know because he's wonderful and a sweetie and he tells me. So he and his wife, they're two of my players are married, and they pretty regularly will just like lying in bed, just look at the map and hypothesize about what direction they want to go in next. And it's like, that's really fun for them. And it adds a lot to the game. And I think that, but because I know that that's what my players are doing, I'm like, I'm going to take that extra time to make a map because it's going to make the game much more fun for you. But it's, again, very up to my players. Okay, let's take a look at this map. So Sovereign, this is Sovereign's map of their zombie world, which I know about because they've called in to talk about it a couple times. Very brief. Basically, I don't remember exactly the plot. D&D world, zombie apocalypse, regions are taken over. So what we're looking at here, I think, is like a map that is basically, this is almost like a Helldivers 2 map. You're not super familiar with Helldivers, but
no.
Helldivers, you basically see a map of the universe, which regions are controlled by aliens versus humans, and what planets are controlled under what percentage. So that's kind of what we're getting here. So like the jungle of Venom is contested, the lonely sea is inhabited. I'm assuming inhabited means that there are people there, and that lost means I guess actually here's what I would say. If I were you, I would make a little key code for what these things mean, because I don't know if no presence means no zombies or no people, and I don't know if inhabited means, like, I'm not sure what those things are in relationship to. Like, because initially I thought no presence would mean zombies, but lost makes me feel like they're zombies. So I'm a little confused about where the zombies would be on the map. This is another one of those maps that I feel like I would use if my players were running sort of more like a tactical game, where it's like we need to go to Jarvik because it's inhabited, and we need it to get to contested so that it can become or whatever. It's a very isolated map too. I don't know if that was done with intention, but the fact that it's this main area has like this ring of mountains around it. Maybe that's why the Plain of Kings is like separate, and maybe it's like chill. Like maybe this is like the safety area. I've never run a game where there were giant geopolitical like catastrophe happening, I never ran a game where I would like use a map like this before. I've done games where there's like a world cataclysm happening.
Mhm.
Have you ever done a game like this where there's like things like regional dramatic things, but the world is kind of all dealing with the same thing?
Um, I mean, unbalanced encounters is that to a very limited extent, or rally rather is that to a very limited extent, but I think nowhere near to sort of this extent. Eh, yeah, I don't. I think that like the widespread deforestation and like death of the gods that you see in Rally is probably the closest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Somebody in chat said this feels a little bare, and I think that is, I think, pretty reasonable feedback. I don't really like. We have the names of these places, but we
Like
don't.
7 data points.
Yeah, but it's not much. Like, I don't
No.
really know what this place is like versus this place. Do you know what I mean? Like, we don't. And
Yep.
I think again, this is coming from that tactical player perspective. If this
Sure.
is a player facing map, I think we need paths. I think we need roads. If this is a map that you want the players to use so that they're traveling and stuff, they should know that if I want to get from Jargon to the Plain of Kings, which way north do I go? Do I go straight north because there's a path up here? Do I have to travel across the waste of death before I can get there because the path is only over here? Like, I would try to lean into making it usable for the players if that's the kind of thing that I was going to do with it. Yeah, I also think that I think there needs to be a little bit more clarity onto like the difference between contested, inhabited, and no presence, and lost.
Yeah, what all of that means.
Yeah, because I would assume no presence and lost are kind of mean the same thing.
I would actually probably assume that it's the opposite. Lost is probably fallen. No presence is probably untouched.
But
This is like a zombie thing, right?
yeah, I guess. But then why are the no
Lost is
presence
probably
like blackened?
yeah. I
You know?
maybe there's just no one there at all.
Okay.
The wasteland and the waste of death. Maybe just no one is there at all.
Also, yeah, the wasteland and the wastes of death are very similar names. I might change
A
one
little
of those.
redundant.
I think it's kind of a neat map. More than anything else, I like the idea of having regions that are denoted at having like different levels of the plague. I think that's very cool. And if I was going to lean into that, I would figure out ways to mark those separations a little bit more clearly, almost like a political map where we actually have like true like lines of like different sections and ways of traveling through. And then maybe a couple more points of interest. I think having, even if you don't know exactly what they are, but like, how are people traveling between these islands? Is Jargon just this one big building or one big city? Is Jarvik just this one big city? Yeah. If I was going to use this in a game, I would probably, the first thing I would do is I would come up with very specific definitions for all of these words, and I would make sure my players knew what those were. I would probably make the Plain of Kings some like idyllic cutoff place that people never go to, and it's sort of like the green in Mad Max, where it's probably not even real. Like if you went there, it's probably all fucked up too. And I would probably make, what I might actually do is I might do a game where it was like, you were from this place called the Frosted Sea, which is sort of like this outside element that has survived the zombie apocalypse by completely isolating themselves. But internally, it's been rough. Like a nation isolated does struggle at a certain point, especially if they don't have resources. So you are basically being sent by your government to go into maybe you're being sent to get to the Plain of Kings to ask for help, but the only way to get there is through the main nation, and you sort of have to navigate these different regions and try to survive as you're figuring out how to, you finding your way through these different elements of infected or plagued to get to the Plane of Kings. And then maybe when you get to the Plane of Kings, you realize, oh, stuff there is not quite as nice as everybody thought it was. That's probably what I would do. But yeah, a neat idea for a map. I like the different conditions in different regions. I would just be a little bit more clear about what they are. All right, do you have any final thoughts?
No.
All right. Thank you very much, Sovereign. Let's give him a round of applause.
Good stuff, Sovereign. I like the idea of a map that is prioritizing sort of a central conflict. I feel like that is, again, it needed a little clarity, but it's immediately useful.
Yeah. It also, I feel like a lot of the time when people are... What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Oh, sorry. I feel like a lot of the time when people are designing their D&D games or like planning their D&D games, there's an element of like, you want it to be big and vast, but I think that sometimes it's good to have a conflict that is very easy to point out and to address, and maybe not to solve, but very simple idea to wrap your head around. And I think something like that, I think that can lead to, I think that those often lead to the best campaigns. I agree. And what that conflict is can expand, but having that conflict be something that like, that you can express entirely on a single map, I think can be really helpful.
I agree.
Just to get people on the same page, you know? Yeah.
I always like to start small, or at least like very focused. I think that really helps kind of kick the narrative off.
I don't know if I've ever run a game where the whole world conflict was that very focused, but it definitely helps. I mean, Critical Role is actually an amazing example of this. Season 1 of Critical Role, the Chroma Conclave, when at some point towards the second half is basically the whole world is under siege of dragons. And it's like, it's a simple fucking plot. And there can be all sorts of nuance to the characters and their growth and their changes throughout that plot. But it is such a single driving plot that it's very easy to keep track of. Even I actually think it had a big part of their success, not just in terms of the show's success, but also the characters feeling so evocative and deep, and the players being able to keep track of stuff, because they didn't have to keep track of that much stuff. Like, they had to keep track of stuff that was important to their characters, and then the plot was, but dragons bad, kill dragons. You know? Simple, easy.
Pretty straightforward.
This is a large regional level map. Pretty happy with how the swamp region turned out. I feel like I did a pretty good job with having logical climates. Lack of names because I plan on filling out places and points of interest with the players. Oh, I'm wondering, do you mean filling out points of interest like the way that Patrick mentioned, where you're going to be sort of building the game world as you go? Or did you mean like you are going to sit down with them and world build with them?
Both are good.
Okay, so this is a regional map, not a world map, regional map. Yeah. So I want to suggest a couple things immediately. One, I feel like it would be good to have at least one geographical point of interest. We have some really nice buildings, stuff, cities and things, but give us a volcano. Give us a giant tree. Give us something that's like, this is a weird thing. There's a little bit of that here. You see these weird little pools?
Yeah. Not sure what that's like. A swamp, I think, is what that was. They said they were proud of the swamp region.
Oh, maybe this is supposed to be a swamp then. It almost looks like will-o-wisps, doesn't it?
I could see it.
It looks like ghosts, although my colorblindness might just be acting up.
I mean, it's definitely watercolored. But you know, I think what they did is they used like kind of smudgy pools of water to represent a swamp, which a swamp is not an easy thing to represent in a map.
No, it's not. The only other thing that I would say is you're leaning a lot on the graphics of the cities to represent different vibes. And while I think that that can be enough, I think that there's little things you could do. Like, there is no difference between this city and this city and this city and this city other than the art that you picked from Incarnate, which is not bad. But I would say, like, if this city is, maybe build, I don't know. I just feel like I would try to uplift them with the geography a little bit more. I don't even know, because it depends on what things you have access to in Incarnate. But for example, like, if this is going to be a swamp city, really put it in the swamp and make it look sort of like the rivers of the swamp are sort of like bending around it or coming in and out of it. If this is supposed to be what's the difference between this coastal city and this coastal city? Maybe put one of them on these massive cliffs. So it's like deep dock type cliffs, local city where you don't go swimming in that ocean, but massive trade can happen there because think like the docks of Hong Kong or something, and have then one sort of be more like no, this is like just a city on a beach and everybody's swimming and it's more like more like the Philippines or something where it's the people sort of just are with the water.
These cities are not tightly integrated into the landscape. All of them are sitting on the edge of a biome. They're either in a clearing or on like the coast in a way that doesn't interact with, like you said, cliffs or trade routes or the swamp itself, or the forest is not particularly connected to the things that are sitting kind of in the clearings in the forest. Think potentially it is worth thinking a little bit about how these cities are set into their geographies.
Somebody said, I revised my DM ideology thanks to you roasting me. Well, you don't need to revise your ideology based on me roasting you. I'm just glad you weren't too hurt by it. So, they said they're going to world build with their players with this. So maybe that's why there's not too many trade routes or stuff figured out. But I again, regardless of that,
blank spaces are good.
I almost feel like it's too much of a blank canvas right now. Put a little bit, give us some vibe of what these places are, and maybe that will be something that comes from your world building with your players. If I was going to be running a game like this, I'll tell you what my first thought was immediately when I saw this map, because they said like local regional map. I immediately did not think about this like these being cities. I thought about these as being like different wealthy houses. So this like
kind of cool,
like these three,
like a really small area.
Yeah, where there's like several different noble houses sort of like fighting over control of an island, but they're sort of doing it subtly. Like they don't really want the local populace to know that they're fighting over it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. So this would be on the scale of, instead of a continent, it'd be on the scale of like a city, right? Like that, the big island would be about the size of Los Angeles.
Yeah, and it would almost, like this would be a city, exactly. And it would almost be like you could, I was thinking, you know what I was thinking of when you said that? I was thinking of the Leonardo DiCaprio, what's it called? Romeo and Juliet, the one that takes place in LA, where it's just sort of like gang warfare. You could kind of go in that direction. And if you wanted to, I would even maybe use this art to try to indicate it. Like there could be some like really hoity-toity, like we like art and glass people. And then there's like, oh no, we're just working hard. Like, oh, we're just trying, whatever. But that's what I do. The other thing that I would do is if I did that, I would probably lean into this little side island being like, a noble house that nobody takes that seriously, or like is not super, wait, I gotta zoom in a little bit. Is not super connected to it, or is like almost like the Iron Isles in Game of Thrones, where like no one takes them seriously until like they have to take them seriously because they're just kind of off doing their own thing. Yeah, maybe it's because there's not a lot of geography on the map that's sort of standing out to me. But for whatever reason, this immediately makes me think of just like political houses of very different vibes fighting each other.
Yeah, I think it's cool. I think that's potentially very interesting. I think that would be a fun place to sort of run with, as opposed to making them all sort of city sized.
Yeah, with the weird little siblings over on the left. Cool. All right. Thank you, Sponge. Let's give Sponge a round of applause.
Thank you, Sponge.
Thank you, thank you. Whenever you're making a map, the question always just comes back to, who am I making it for? I think.
I mean, that's true of everything, right? Anytime you're making anything, you got to ask who you're making it for.
What if it's a baby?
I mean, it's still a good question.
I guess.
Are you having a baby because you're being pressured into it?
Are you making it for fun?
Yeah. Or profit.
Profit is the best reason to make a baby. Definitely. If anybody asks.
I just got to the part in What We Do in the Shadows where they are training the kid to dance at the nightclub.
Oh,
very good.
So you are far.
Yeah.
Didn't you just start it like a month ago?
Like a month ago. Yeah, like a month ago.
It's one of the rare times where a TV show spinoff is as good as the movie.
Yeah, it goes in a very different direction.
It's not
maybe just evidenced by what I just said.
Yeah, but the quality, it's like it did not.
It's good. The writing hits.
It's so funny. I love the way they integrate other mythical creatures. Did you see the episode with the siren yet?
Yeah, that was a
like
good
the
one.
siren or the troll. Did you see the episode with the troll?
The troll was also really good.
Did you see the episode with the gargoyles? Did that happen yet?
Yes.
Like that was so cool. I don't know. There's just all the integrations
good
of the
world
monsters.
building. If any of y'all want to see just like a master class in world building to a very specific tone, What We Do in the Shadows is you could do worse. It's
do you know
very
what
good.
would be amazing?
Huh.
You know how there's like in anime, there's different types of anime. Like there's the isekai, which is like a person thrust into a fantasy world, and there's like there's all sorts of different ones. But one of them
genres,
is like one of the genres is just like slice of life, where you're just kind of like watching people out of school or whatever. A slice of life fantasy RPG would work perfectly in the What We Do in the Shadows universe.
Oh yeah, so it would.
Like designing a slice of life RPG where it's like Vampire the Masquerade, but slice of life. Yeah. What We Do in the Shadows would be perfect for it.
That would be really good. That's a
What
really
We Do in the
idea.
Shadows. If you guys ever want to make an RPG, let me know. I'll help. Let's spin the wheel again. I've never really got into any of those shows, but I do think that, I guess What We Do in the Shadows kind of is one of those shows.
Yeah, a little bit.
But there's so many monsters. Skim milk. Yes. Listen, we don't need to talk about skim milk as an idea because we all know that it's sort of a fictional idea. Let's just talk about skim milk as the creator. This map was meant for a grimdark setting where all sorts of pesky arachnids have taken over, including an ettercap to shepherd them all. Oh, I wonder if this is going to be a world map or a city map or what. Let's see. This is a village, a spider village. Oh, it's a battle map.
Village.
Love me a battle map.
The village-sized battle map. Damn.
I like a village-sized battle map.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, right away, there's a couple things that stick out to me. The river, obviously, and I don't know if you did this intentionally, but the river just from the color is like super pops. Like the river pops more than anything else. To the point where I almost want to encourage you to make the paths a little bit more vibrant, a different color, if you want them to matter. If I was going to do an encounter like this, I would do a couple things. I would make the river matter a lot. Like, I would make it where if you threw something in the river, it would, like, go downstream. you know? And maybe make it so you could use the river to move faster. I did this in a one. I did this sort of in the one shot that I ran for our podcast very briefly, but where it's like if the river's flowing downstream, if you hop in the river, you can move 2 squares for every 1 square if you go along with the water, but you move half going against it. That could be pretty cool.
Makes sense.
And maybe you just naturally go down the river anyway. So if you want to stay still, you got to use some of your movement.
Sure.
And I would probably try to do something to encourage the players to take advantage of that. Like maybe they would learn about the spiders having some aversion to the water, or the water having some effect on the spider's webbing. So like, you know, if they got into the water, they could remove the web more easily. Because that's
pretty good.
That creates an incentive for them to go in the water to have to deal with that mechanic. I would also play with elevation.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I'm not really seeing any elevation or anything, any set piece to interact with that's not a building.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like both of those things would be really, really valuable. Like a hill would be good. Some more trees could be good. Like a lean-to or like a shed maybe could be pretty good.
If I was going to put something like that, I would put a really big tree, and I would put it where this circle is, because it's right on top of the river. It's right dead center. And you could even, if it was a really big tree, you could even add in like webbing going from the top of the tree to like different houses.
Ooh,
so that the spiders could like, and if you, I'm stealing this from Baldur's Gate, man.
Verticality.
Give the enemies verticality, and then let the players decide they can try to burn that webbing down so the spiders can't use it. You know, and maybe the spiders can move extra fast. Yeah, or use it themselves if they can figure out you not getting stuck.
Yeah, right. Correct.
Yeah, the buildings are a little bit of elevation in that the spiders, so the people could climb up onto them.
But it's not a level, right? Like you've got a little bit of height to play with, but like no one is intrinsically just going to be on the roofs, right? And so you're not like teeing up like being able to shove anybody. You're not really teeing up being able to get from one roof to another. Yeah.
I want to go back to something that you said earlier, because I think you made a really good point, and then you started to mumble. But your good point that you made before you mumbled was you wanted a point of interest. I don't think a point of interest needs to be that every village has a giant golden tower or a laser cannon. But one of the things about D&D or any sort of RPG is that you want every single session to have at least one memorable thing. And I would take that further. And I would say I think you want every single thing to have at least one memorable thing.
Yeah, every encounter,
And that set piece could be a giant willow tree that's not magical. It's just 150 years older than every other tree, so it's the biggest tree. Or it could be, it could be a lot of different things. But I would say not only do I think that this map could benefit from that, and it wouldn't even necessarily be in the middle. It could be anywhere on it. It could be a big well. It could, it could be maybe this town is known for its like, or maybe it was known for its like selling of like pelts or stuff like that. So maybe there's like big racks of giant animal hides or things, just something that makes it be like, oh, that's what I remember about that place. Can go a long way to help people keep the story in their head after the campaign. And you can do a lot of that with the way you talk, but it can also just be things you add to the map. The main weird thing on this map is the spider webs.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that. That's good, but I think that we could even push it a little farther.
Yeah, I mean, I would always look to, especially when you're doing battle map level stuff, I would always look to like video games that you feel really strongly about. Baldur's Gate is obviously very good and very close to 5e, which Cinder has referenced a couple of times. But also, when you said Big Well, it really made me think of Ocarina of Time. Just like think about the stuff that you like out of those video games, and think about how you might be able to leverage some of that in the sort of world building, because it's a good toolkit to play with. And like steal from other designers that do this a lot, right? Like
Mhm.
that's how you come up with something real good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody in the chat said maybe you could do something with the bridges being points of interest. That's kind of an interesting idea. Maybe the river's like really dangerous, and if you can't travel easily across it like without the bridges, and they need to protect them from spiders, or you could make it so like they're and them picking which side of the river they're on is kind of a big deal depending on what level they are, because it could be hard for them to get to the other one. Yeah, cool. All right, thank you very much, Skim Milk.
Thank you, Skim Milk.
All right. Where's my... Thank you. Dude, I'm loving how many people want to share their maps. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
I never know how these streams are going to go, where it's like, we're not going to review homebrew, we're just going to do something different that's D&D related. So I'm glad people like it. I'm glad people are enjoying it. Okay, Marauder's asking a crazy long question. Let me see if I can answer it. Okay, how do I tell when a creature figures out where my player is? I had him hide. He rolled a high stealth check, so I let him hide in the mud, and then I had a lizard folk come and fight the dragon, and as they were hiding, its tail uncovered him. But Marauder, how did its tail uncover him? You are the one that decided to do that. It's not really happening in the room. You know? Like, the tail didn't have to uncover him. You just decided to make that happen. It's definitely not fake.
Yeah.
That's definitely not fake. No, don't assume. Listen, first of all, Claudian, you're lovely and I love you, but don't assume people be making stuff up. They might not be making stuff up,
So,
and Marauder is a very honest little creator of ours.
Even if they are making stuff up, it's not an unreasonable hypothetical.
Oh, not the scenario. Not the scenario. Okay, excuse me. Excuse me. But yeah, so what I would say is you don't need to make, if a player, the dragon uncovering the thing. That is the scenario.
I mean, fake. It sounds fake in that the dragon there wasn't a rule governing that. That was a thing that the GM just asserted.
Yeah.
It's fake in that it didn't need to happen.
Yes, and I think that sometimes as dungeon masters, we feel like there needs to be a consequence to every action, and everything needs to be interacting. Yes, Claudian, yes, we are on the same page. I misunderstood your shorthand. I just think you just didn't need to do that, to be honest. Like, if a player rolls really high in a stealth check, and then the thing that they rolled high to hide from gets into a fight with someone near it, that's okay. You can just stay hidden. So I would just not have had the tail reveal the player. I would maybe let the player potentially be revealed if one of two things happened. One, if I, as the dungeon master, wanted the player to get revealed, so I would have the fight move in the direction of the player, and then the player would have to make a check to move and stay hidden. But my secret goal would be, I'm trying to either get the player involved or to make them run so I don't have to role play a whole fight. Or I would just let the stealth work. Yep. All right. Not
that complicated.
Yeah. Or I would make the player, get noticed if they did something, like if they started attacking or,
Right.
they use. Shades is up next.
Shades.
Shade with a D.
Shade with a D.
This is a slightly old map of my fantasy world, but of all my drawings I've ever made, I might be most proud of this. It might be cluttered, though, so I hope you like it. All right, I don't mind cluttered. If it's hard for me to decipher, I might not have much to say about it, but that's okay. That's not cluttered. Are you serious? That's like, this is like, you know who this is? This is cluttered if you were talking to, like, Apple. I guess it's cluttered from a perspective of, like, MacBook design. But it's not cluttered. This is great. Who said it was cluttered?
Really good.
Did you say it was cluttered? Shades. Chill, dude. This is not cluttered. This is just a map. Okay. Zarin. So, this is very, very similar to the types of maps that I make in terms of the amount of detail that's being put in here. In that we're getting names of places, areas of importance, roads to get there, maybe a little bit more, but not much more than that. So it doesn't really look. I mean, I don't. Mine don't draw
Big
exactly
fan
like
of
this.
Little
But
Hangtown.
where's Little Hangtown?
Right above dead center.
Hangtown and Little Hangtown.
Little Hangtown.
Okay.
The names on some of these are really, really good.
Yeah, there's some solid names here for sure. Fairyville, Witch's Isle.
Fairyville's good.
Wardist. Is it Walrus Town or Wardis Town?
It's Wartis Town.
It should be Walrus Town. It's terrible.
Walrus Town is pretty good. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. What is going on with the outer ring?
This is definitely not like a real physical world.
Is it? Are you sure? Is it a disc
like
world?
A disc world. Yeah, it's gotta be like a disc world.
It's a disc world.
Yeah.
I'm curious why you opted to have the outer ring land as opposed to have any of it pool off into a waterfall into the space. There's not a reason not to do that. I've just never seen a disc world that didn't do that.
I think it kind of probably comes down to how you can access it.
It's a bowl.
Water.
It's a bowl.
And also, like, I think it's narratively really meaningful that there are only 3 labeled places on sort of the outside ring. One of them, the Lich Wastelands, okay, fine. Hard to get through that, I would imagine. And then the 2 toward the north, there's a town. I don't know what that's about. And then there's just a sword.
The sword is cool.
There's just a sword.
The sword is cool.
And so, like, immediately I'm drawn to the idea that, like, the outside rim of this disc world may be, because you know what this actually reminding me of now that I'm saying this out loud is really, 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 really old maps of the Roman Empire, which it was like the Mediterranean was in the middle, and then there was just land all the way around the outside, and there was more land beyond that, but it was just not part of the map, right? Like it was a here be dragons kind of situation. And I wonder if that's the case, right? I wonder if, like, from the perspective of the people that live in this inner bowl, you're not getting past the Lich Wastelands or, like, Conic Sword to see what is beyond this outer rim.
Unless you're from Variat, and then you're crazy enough to go across the Devil's Sea.
Yeah, apparently.
Those Variat sailors are nuts.
There's a lot here that I really, really like.
It's weird because I feel like this map is a really good example of a simple map that is kind of just the stuff you need, but it's being presented in a way. Oh, Skim Milk, gifting a sub. That's very kind of you. Thank you very much. It's presented in such a way that it does. I don't know how intentional it is, but it is making me curious. Like, genuinely, I know they said that Hangtown and Little Hangtown is sort of an inside joke, but I got to tell you, that's legit good world building. Having towns and areas named in relationship to each other, that's realistic. That's just realistic. Yeah. Like, that's just how the world works.
Yeah.
And then, like, I want to know, like, Variat being this weird little outsider community, like, that makes me ask a lot of questions. I want to know why, how, like, is there any other interaction with them? Like, they seem like they're completely cut off from the world, but they're on the map, which means that they probably aren't completely cut off from the world, you know?
Yeah, it's interesting for sure.
Yeah.
There's a lot on here that makes me want to know more and makes me want to explore it, which, like, again, I think a good map does that. I think you've done everything you could possibly set out to do with a map if somebody looks at it and goes, I want to know more about that.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's the highest possible praise that I can give. Like, lots of maps don't do that. They do other things that are extremely useful, and that's fine. I'm not knocking them. But, like, from a narrative perspective, when I look at a map and I go, I want to go there and, like, figure out what's going on with their whole situation, you've done something really, really valuable.
Mm-hmm. There's also some very subtle keying that I think is nice. Like, unless I'm wrong, in which case ignore me. But these little rectangles, they're kind of hard to see. But these little rectangles, I think these are docks. That's my guess. And it makes sense from where they're located that they would be docks, you
I
know?
think so too. Yeah.
I also like that the Lich Wasteland sort of turns into a mountain range. I feel like that is kind of fun because it implies that whatever happened here was so impactful that, like, it affected the geography. Even if it didn't, it kind of feels like it did.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I like it a lot.
If I was gonna run, here's what I'll tell you exactly what I would do. If I was gonna run a campaign here, this would be the campaign. It would start in either start in Little Hangtown or or Fairyville, okay? And the plot would initially be about the main character the characters trying to either get to Andaloon for some reason.
Okay.
Or trying to get somewhere far away, but I do think initially it would be about they would be meeting. I would want it to be them like you know what's crazy? I'm going in like a One Piece direction. I feel like I would want this to be about how dangerous the oceans are and about the players needing to figure out how to travel across the ocean. And Little Hangtown, it would be like saying that you want to go to Andaloon would be like a little kid being like, I'm going to go to the NBA. Everyone's like sort of laughs it off. Like no one can make it across the Centerland Sea. But then you travel west and you meet some people from Variant and they made it across the Devil's Sea. And then you maybe learn they help you get to the Witch's Isle where you learn how to navigate the Centerlands. You get the special compass. And then, you have to get this, you know what I mean? Like you're sort of like building up this weird spiraling. Like I would use this circle to try to like spiral inward.
It's so funny because I would go in almost the exact opposite direction. I love all of that. That all sounds like a tremendous amount of fun. I would go in almost the exact opposite direction. I would white out Connick's sword for the purpose of building character with my players. And I would start in either Hangtown or Little Hangtown, and for whatever reason, have them need to go north. And just the first thing that happens is that they come across Connick's sword, and we go from tiny little hamlet to bizarre, deific, larger than life in like 1.5 sessions that then immediately sets them on the path of like winding inward to figure out what's going on, right? Like I love the juxtaposition of like Hangtown and like, oh yeah, there's a mountain-sized sword across the land bridge just north of Hangtown.
Yeah.
And no one knows what the fuck is going on with that. That's so good.
I almost imagine like maybe the people that had traveled the most north normally, like if this bridge is like a landmass that people can like live on, if it's that big, but it would be like nomads and basically people that herded creatures that could be on mountains, like goat herders and stuff, and they would see Connick's sword like on the distance on the horizon, sort of just like almost like a little cutout in the sky of this big shape, and they would maybe like navigate based on it, but it would be some distant thing that they wouldn't travel to.
Dude, imagine if this was big enough that it sundialed the whole, like you got like a midday, like or not a midday, you got like a mid-afternoon shadow, and just like from 3 to 4 p.m. that entire land bridge was in shadow. How crazy would that
would be? Really cool. And that could maybe that okay. First of all, that's a really cool idea. Thank you, Micmac Paddywhack, for the Prime. That's an amazing name. Okay, you could take that take that further. Remember the movie Pitch Black? Probably not.
Sure.
But it's a movie where there's a big desert planet that has like 6 suns. And there's an eclipse once every like 30 years, and then all the shadow monsters come out and eat everything on land.
Yeah.
What if it was like that? So what if there were creatures that lived in the mountain that hunted during that eclipse? So everyone that lived on the mountain sort of lived their lives based on the timing of that dial, because when it covered the land, they and all their livestock needed to be like in safety, and like, maybe.
And it's like, it only happens during one, like in the winter for an hour a day kind of a thing.
Yeah,
right?
It could even be like a pilgrimage. Like they need to travel south below the hilt of the shadow so that they are just, the land is barren when the shadow goes across it, and then they can make the great trek north again afterwards.
Oh shit, that's really cool. See,
That-
this is the kind of stuff. This is really who was this?
This is Shades.
Shades, you did a very good job with that one little detail. A lot of these little details you did a very good job with, but like when you can, with such a simple idea of just like putting something on a piece of paper, a little illustration, a little sketch, it's not, maybe it's a fully formed thought in your head, but communicated to us, it's a sword drawn on a map, right? It's tantamount to that big, sea serpent in the south. But the way that you've done it, and the place that you've put it, leads to two people who've never seen this before ideating on whole world building narratives that could lead to interesting story. That's good design. That's good storytelling.
You know what, man? You know what I think it comes from in this particular instance also? And this is partly why I like maps like this. Two things. One, I think that Shades is doing kind of exactly what you said, which is making space.
Yeah, there's blank space. We don't need to understand exactly how it works. We're gonna play to find out.
And part of it though is the art style. And this might be intentional, it might not be. But when you have an art style that is this, where it is clear but also kind of simple, it allows for a great deal of creative interpretation from the reader. A lot of the time, and this can work in map making, but this can also work for any of you that like want to make art for your monsters.
Yeah.
You don't need to do a hyper accurate drawing of your monster. You could do like a quick sketch of your monster from the perspective of like what a child might do. And that can give the person who's reading it quite a lot of really haunting images that they might not have ever gotten if you drew a hyper-realistic version of it, because they're sort of filling the space. So you're filling, it's got blank space, literally, but also from like an art perspective to allow quite a bit of interpretation, which I think is cool.
Yeah. Actually, to that end, it's really funny because this art style reminds me of a friend of mine. I was actually hanging out with him pretty much all day yesterday, who is like a fantasy map making influencer, and he's legitimately working on like a how to do fantasy maps book. And that's one of the things that he talks about, is like leveraging simplistic iconographic style to provide that space for interpretation. It's good stuff.
Yeah. Very good stuff. Dean Destroyer, thank you for the sub. But anyway, let's give Shades a round of applause. This is a really, really lovely little map.
Really good. Cinder, I gotta mute for a second because I gotta go grab my charger or my laptop.
Dude, do whatever you need, buddy.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Whatever you need. Thank you for sharing, Shade.
Clap.
Clap. I heard the little bloop, which means I couldn't see that. I couldn't see what the message was. I just knew a text to speech was about to appear, so I had to end the applause quickly. Clap. But it was for more applause. Oh, the irony of our world. I do love the little post clap. Chat, where'd you go? Why can't I see you? There you are. I have both YouTube and Twitch's chat smushed together for me, but sometimes I lose the window. But I found it. Anyway, let's spin again. A bucket. Are you guys enjoying looking at some maps? Do we still? Okay, here's the real question. Here's two-part question for you, chat. Genuine question. One, is this entertaining to watch compared to other stuff that is homebrew or D&D related? But two, and I would argue more important, do you feel like you're getting something out of this? Like, does this feel like it's helpful, interesting, educational in any way at all? I hope it is, because I feel like it's a little bit more open-ended. But I really am enjoying this, and I would like to do more of these sorts of streams, too. The thing is, I don't want to just... I'm realizing... What I've started to realize is that when I do too many homebrew review streams back to back to back to back, I don't enjoy it. And I don't want to do that, because if I don't enjoy them, I don't do a good job giving you feedback. So we need to shake them up with things like this. Now, I was going to do another open review yesterday, but your boy got a bad little stomach virus, and he was full of tummy aches. And when I'm a little sick, I can stream fine. But when I have bad stomach pain, I'm in a very bad mood. And when I'm in a very bad mood, I shouldn't be doing homebrew review. New PC when? Probably in the next couple weeks. Next 2 to 3 weeks, hopefully. Greater Restoration. I know, I needed some Greater Restoration yesterday. The Greater Restoration was that I didn't sleep at all the night before, which was not good. But I slept from like 10 at night to like 1 in the afternoon. I slept a crazy amount. And then I felt better afterwards. But I was all fucked up. Morale. This Candy Cave map was originally created for a Christmas special session. But I think it would also fit nicely into the Feywilds or similar types of wacky. I do love a wacky map. I love a... Delport, what's up, man? You think it was a good idea? Cool. Guys, Delport is one of my OG buds. He is a really wonderful creator. He actually wrote a really cool book. I think it's still on the DM's Guild, hopefully. I don't know, maybe it's not. But he's one of my OGs, and he usually has good... I trust his opinion a lot of the time on whether I think I do more. I don't do more. We'll do this more. I'm glad you guys are enjoying this. I know you prefer the usual homebrew reviews. Everyone does. I know, but they're hard to do too many of without them becoming unhelpful. They're very energy consumptive. And they can get very repetitive because a lot of you do make the same mistakes over and over and over again. Not as individuals, but as a collective. All right, let's take a look at Morale's map.
Let's do it.
Patrick, this is a candy-themed map. Yeah. And they said it was originally intended for a holiday one-shot.
Love it.
But they said they think it could probably also work in other things, too.
Love it.
There it is in YouTube and Twitch. Okay. Very simple, straightforward cave map. From this, the first thing is the aesthetic is lovely. The aesthetic is really nice. I don't know exactly what you used to make this. Maybe Incarnate, maybe that other one, Dungeon Draft.
Ooh.
But it's a pretty map. Like, the players are going to look at this map and they're going to be excited. Which I think is a big part of the goal of your map, is that players look at the battle map and they're like, ooh.
Mm-hmm.
The things that stand out to me are, why are there pools of water?
I think it's supposed to be Swedish fish.
That would make sense. That would make sense. I thought maybe this was like an adapted version of like an underwater map. But maybe they're Swedish fish.
Because it's like pink, right? And there is fish and candy. I don't know. Feels like something.
Yeah, I guess it does. If I was going to use this map, I would make these pools of water matter for solving. I would use this map. This would be like an encounter is how I would do this. This would be an encounter map. And there would be maybe, I would say 3 fights in it. There would be a fight when you entered it. There'd be a fight in this big area, and then there'd be a fight in this big area. Or not a fight, but like a challenge of some sort. And then I would make the solving the puzzle of the dungeon include something to do with the pools of water. I don't know exactly what that would be yet. Maybe I would do something where like the crystals, in order to activate the crystals at the end, you would need something from each of the pools or something like that. But I would try to make that a part of it.
I think one thing that you could potentially do is make the exit, or potentially some total amount of this space initially hidden, and you got to drink the water to get candy eyes. And then once you have candy eyes, you can see it.
Okay, that's a ridiculous idea. How would you? How would we let players know that?
Demonstrate it by having some creatures in the cave drinking from the pools.
That's a good idea. Maybe when they enter the cave, there's like little peppermint monsters like lapping up the water, and when they do, their eyes go like, And then they like look around.
Yeah, they got gumdrop eyes. Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
That'd be very good. And then I don't know exactly what that would do. Maybe like you would see like it basically give you a true sight into something, right? Like that's kind of the core D&D mechanic that I'm thinking of here, is like a way to give you like true sight that reveals something hidden. Maybe that's like special like one of these crystals does something different or something. You have to figure it out. But
Yeah, I was going to say,
something
what if the candies, you see how this thing is covered with like sort of plants and sort of candy and they're kind of mushing together. What if they had properties that were sort of unknown to the players that would act as environmental hazards? But if you drank the candy juice, you could like see which ones were dangerous. Sort of like how bees can see like ultraviolet on like the petals of flowers.
Oh, I like that a lot. It's like the identify spell, but
like for an environment.
For this candy.
Yeah.
That's really fucking cool. Pierce the Sky BM says you could call the effect eye candy.
You could even do weird stuff with it where like if I notice that there's 3 Swedish fish, you could use that in the map. They could have to eat the fish, and depending on what fish they eat, they get like a different version of candy sight, you know? Or maybe the candy sight reveals each fish to hold some special power or truth. Maybe they're like spirit fish, like at the end of Avatar Season 1 with the moonfish. And you have the puzzle is to do the correct interaction with the 3 of them, and this whole like crystal cave thing is like a red herring.
Yeah, potentially.
From a vibes perspective though, solid map, really solid map, like
really good.
You almost don't need a battle map to be that complicated or that nuanced when you make it this colorful and evocative just in its art style. But yeah, again,
this doesn't lend a lot of dynamism to a particular fight, but I think that is fine because the players are going to be so attached to the novelty of the fight and the like, what does this candy do? And if I smack this like jawbreaker, will it explode into a haze of sugar cocaine, right? Like they're gonna want to understand how they interact with this space because it's so novel.
That's kind of why I went in the direction of like something that lets you see what the candies do or interact with the candies. Because I'm just thinking about myself. First thing I would do is I'd pick up this candy cane.
Yeah.
First thing, I'm eating that candy cane. It doesn't matter if I'm a barbarian or a wizard or anything. I've never played a character that's not going to eat a candy cane. And never will. Cool. Yeah, fun map. For a one-shot also, this is like a really nice map. That's a lot of work to put in for a one-shot. All right, Morale, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Patrick, question for you. When you play home games, or when you played games before we started playing together, did you use battle maps a lot or no? Like for combat?
Not really. I've run a couple of games where the players like a far more tactical environment, and I've used battle maps maybe 40% in the games where my players are like, please use it 100% of the time, right? Like that's the amount that they get me up to. I find them very difficult to run. I find them very difficult to run because I find myself paying way too much attention to making sure that the map is kept true. Than I do thinking about narrative and like on the fly world building stuff. So like if I had that candy map and I hadn't really put any thought into like what the encounter was going to be, it was just a fight, right? And then somebody was like, I drink the fish water. I would immediately want to reward that. And I find that if I'm really focused on the map, I like stumble over those spaces.
I was playing online for most of my home games for a long time. Basically after COVID, I only started playing in-person games again this year. And I found that I would sort of do what we're doing on this stream, where I would go look for a battle map, and then I would build the encounter, and often the session entirely based on the map. And it ended up being like one of the main ways I planned my sessions for a while. And like that kind of map, that's one that I would look at, and I'd probably spend like a half hour looking at it, kind of doing what we just did, and be like, okay, this is the encounter that I could make with this map. But yeah, I used to do that all the time. I don't do that so much anymore. Also, I just want to point out that I don't know why, but on YouTube, now everyone is just yelling, go friendship, team friendship, power of friendship. And I agree. Power of friendship. You guys are the best.
Hell yeah.
You're the best. Go friendship. A bucket, 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 a bucket. I don't know where that came from, but I'm here for it.
I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, it's time. It's time for Dat Film Co.
Ooh.
I don't know who that is. I guess there's some Film Co. This is a Valley of Sunken Spires. Oops, somebody didn't give me access. This is a Valley of Sunken Spires. A valley where an ancient battle took place. A wizard sank to the whole city, blah, blah, blah. The party will be tasked with finding the MacGuffin, blah, blah, blah. We don't actually need to worry about any of that. Yeah, okay. You're just telling us you're not... There will be a dividing room with half the party. Yeah, you're describing what you're going to use it for. We don't... That doesn't matter to us too much. Oh, buddy! You did not give us access to the document.
Damn!
Which is a sad, sad thing. So, friends...
There's no sevens in the chat.
Oh, sevens in the chat for Dat Film Co. They did not properly read the instructions or test their piece by opening an incognito window as is suggested in the submission form. But just because they have made a mistake does not mean that we do not accept them. Because we all make mistakes, but we all can grow. So here, I'll put it to you, Dat Film Co. If you show up on stream and you say, I fixed it, you can now access it, I will return you to the wheel. Because everyone deserves a second chance.
Mm-hmm.
Goodbye. Okay. Next one. Bucket, a 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 bucket. Boo! It's fair. Fair. Whenever I see this, I want to pronounce it with like a weird rolling of my R. Fair. 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 Oh, it's fair. Fair. A small hand-drawn map, colored and polished on PC. Ooh, for a non-D&D pirate campaign. Patrick, you're going to have some thoughts here. Patrick ran a pirate campaign for years and started to write a book about it. Oh, it's a true battle map.
Yeah.
This, I want to check something.
Huh.
Actually, I don't even know how to check it. I need to, what are your thoughts, Patrick?
I immediately am having a hard time parsing depth level. I know there's depth happening here. And I can clearly see that, like, over that cliff is like a chasm. It's all sort of a subaquatic chasm. But, like, I don't... Is the green above? Is the ship below? What's happening? Is this an underwater pirate fight? Is there a way for it to not be an underwater pirate fight? I'm not sure.
I'm looking something up. Give me 2 seconds. I'm so sorry. I just want to double check something before I make some outlandish claim.
Like you invented the question mark?
No, no, it's more malicious than that.
Oh shit.
Just checking something. All right, never mind. I will say, okay, this is what I was going to say. I'm not going to make any... My first thought, and this is so fucked up, and I'm going to apologize to this person. Who is this? Rror. I'm going to apologize to you because I do not think this is what's happened. But I had such intense deja vu when I saw this map that I felt like maybe this was traced from another map. Because this this layout of the sunken ship and the mast leading up to a bit of land and stuff, I have used a map almost identical to that before. But that's fucked up for me to assume that, and I couldn't find the map that I thought it was, so we're just going to move on from that and ignore what I just said. That being said, I think a battle map like this can be a lot of fun. And the very first thing that I think about when I see this is, like, how old is this wreck supposed to be? But what is the point of this encounter? And whenever there's this, the encounter is there's something cool on the ship, right? They're trying to get into that ship. You're trying to find something super similar. No, I know there's a lot of maps like this. I just looked up a bunch, but there was one that had this exact, not exact, but very similar shape of the way the ship broke and the mast that I was like, I feel like I just saw exactly that before. But again, ignore me. I think that what Patrick brings up is probably the most important thing, which is that when you have a map like this, elevation is so important. And it kind of should be a little bit more clear as to what the different elements are, where is up and where is down. And then also, to Patrick's point, where is underwater? Because it kind of looks like none of it's underwater. Like, I would read this as...
or all of it.
Oh, yeah, maybe all of it?
Because it's a shipwreck, right? Like, it you know, that... And it's all blue-toned. There's, like, a blue film over kind of everything.
I guess I thought it would look like it was, like, on an iceberg or something.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Then what's the green?
Yeah, I don't know. But
Hard to say.
But what would the green be anyway? Like, what would the green be underwater? Like coral?
I guess, or seagrass? I'm not really sure.
So, I think it's a cool idea. Whenever I see a map with a sunken ship, there's got to be something cool in that ship to get. The map that I was thinking of, that this reminded me of, the shipwreck, is largely out of water. Very little of it is underwater. That might have been why I was thinking out of water. The other reason why I thought out of water was because stuff like this, like the mast being broken and leaning up on something, is a lot of fun to play with if you're out of water. But if you're underwater, it's sort of irrelevant. Because if you're out of water, it's a narrow thing to climb up. It's a way to get from one area to another. There's a lot of interaction there. But if it's underwater, there is not a lot to interact with there. It's supposed to all be underwater. They dive with a bell. Okay. So if it's all supposed to be underwater, then I think that you probably, if I were you and I was going to change this map more, I would try to make more clear the difference between these sections, the green and the not green. Like, I'm not sure exactly what is going on with this little whoosh or this little dark patch here.
Yeah.
I think that there could probably be a little bit of clarity with that. And then the other thing that I would do is similar to what we said about all the other maps so far. I would add more points of interest. They don't need to be crazy, but you could put a giant clam here. You could put a chest. You know, if it's a shipwreck, maybe the debris is sort of scattered around so that there's an incentive to, like, explore the map a little bit. You know, maybe put a giant sea anemone, that sort of thing.
Agreed.
Yeah, but if I was going to use this in a game, basically with what we have so far on the map, if I was going to use this in a game, it would be there's something on the ship that people want, and it is hard to get to because it is underwater, and maybe the ship is precariously located in a way where this green is like the nest of some particularly dangerous underwater creature, you know? Like like an evil clownfish or something. That's probably what I would do with that.
I think that's right.
But yeah. If you're going to do a shipwreck where it's totally underwater, I feel like maybe more important than the outside of the shipwreck is the inside of the ship. Because
potentially, especially if there's something in there.
Well, just because underwater is nothing. Like, underwater is just everyone is flying. That's all underwater is. So the terrain matters almost not at all. Like, it only matters in where people can and can't go because they're just floating above it. Do you know what I mean? So I would probably, if the goal is going to be for them to go in the map, I would give a little bit of layout to the inside and not worry as much about the outside, unless you want that outside to like, you want to make these parts of environment interactable. Big sea anemones are good water terrain. I mean, maybe these are just giant sea anemones, where that people could like hide in them to protect them from the giant sharks. But if they're not careful, they can get stung by them. You could do something like that too.
God, that would be, especially for if that's a full, I mean, it's only a one master ship, so it's not that big, but like if that ship is a full 10 foot, those are big anemones.
Yeah, but they got to be big if you're going to be, you know, a regular life sea anemone is not going to hurt a D&D adventurer.
No, truly.
All right, cool. Thank you for sharing.
I like it.
Fair. Let's give them a round of applause. Oh, man. I haven't tried making a map in a while. I make maps on not Procreate. Yeah, I make maps on Procreate usually now. But usually I make them like a very I don't try to make them realistic. I make them like a map that somebody in world would have drawn. I like Luke's idea of ghost pirates. Ghost pirates could be great. Little ghost pirates hiding in the underwater. You put some seaweed on them. Maybe some sea hags hanging out with them, living their best lives. Gluco. Have you ever used hags, Pat?
No.
Hags are hard because let's see, Gluco. Well, I'll tell you in a second. Just a map for a country in a campaign I'm going to run. Not much lore made. All right, let's take a look at that. Hags are kind of tricky, I think. Because I do feel like what makes hags stand out as monsters is that they are truly cruel in a way that is more than anything else. Like, hags are more cruel than devils in D&D. And that really is like
fascinating. That
is like, if you're like going off the lore and like sort of like what's supposed to make them feel unique, that's what makes them feel unique, is that they don't want you to make a contract for your soul. They feed off of pain, like emotional, physical, all of it. So they want to cause, and they're very smart, so they want to cause like as much pain as possible, which is why they'll like steal children and do all sorts of fucked up shit. But
I think in Baldur's Gate made more sense.
Yeah. Well, the Baldur's Gate hag is like a good depiction of one. Like that's a really good book. But the problem is, I find that I don't want to run that.
Yeah, that's stressful.
You know what I mean?
Honestly,
I don't have fun. I don't have fun sitting in like the so grim dark it's a little cringe. Like maybe some players could get into that, but my players aren't super into it, and it's like it's just a lot of work to make hags feel cool and not do that.
I feel like you have to kind of do it. The way that I played against the hag in Baldur's Gate was really incidental, and my pretty much the only game I'm playing is with some friends who have already played it, so they kind of knew what was coming, and I didn't really care too much about the story, so we didn't do any of the like ominous preamble stuff. It was almost more like a random encounter where it was like we just rocked up to her house, murdered her, and then like looked around her basement a little bit, and it was like, oh, okay, I'm glad we murdered her, right? Like, this was really bad.
Yeah, that's what, listen. As long as you murdered her. Yeah. Okay, so here we have a map. It's a little bare bones at the moment. It looks like it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sort of regions. I like that we got a weird little dragon lake in the middle. There's a fire river?
Oh no, it's just an arbitrary map, like nation border. I would say that, you know, if you care about verisimilitude, you don't need to. This is not the real world. Borders are very rarely defined completely arbitrarily, and when they are, they definitely don't conform to organic shapes.
Yeah, it would be a straight line, or like a geometric line.
Right, or it's going to follow the river or the mountain.
Or the mountains,
or something. Yeah.
The Gray Valley. What's going on in the Gray Valley? Why is it all gray? Do you think the Gray Valley is gray? Colorblind question. Is the Gray Valley in black and white?
Yeah.
It is?
Not perfectly. There's some browns. But
It should be.
It's pretty gray.
It should be in black and white. And when you go there, you should become in black and white. It should be a place.
That would be pretty good.
I would say, here's what I would say. If I was looking at this map and somebody was like, use this map, I would immediately look at the Gray Valley and I'd be like, some motherfucker is going to be like, this is an undead place. Well, I'm saying, fuck that. This is not an undead place. It is a place where something destroyed the color or is eating the color. There's like a seed in it that is absorbing the color in the region. So everything in there is in black and white, and it would have nothing to do with undead. And it might not even be particularly scary if you actually go there. Other people might just say it might be one of those things where it's like a rumor, where it's like the Gray Valley is really fucked up and scary. But then you go there and it's gray. It's in grayscale. But it's kind of just the desert, you know? Like, other than that, it's not that hectic. And there's, like, people that are like, we live here and we want it to be nice. And people just can't accept that we're a little different because we're in grayscale. That's what I would do with it.
So we're talking weird and high-pitched voices.
Yeah, what's going on with this weird little forest over here? What's going on with with Kragos? Kragos isn't a place, isn't a city. Okay, so...
There's some stuff.
I also want to suggest that you don't use the same style fonts and lettering for cities versus geographical places of interest. Because Kragos looks like it should be a city, but it's not. And I actually think you should probably not...
There is a distinction.
It's so subtle.
It's small caps versus not small caps.
It's too subtle.
It is pretty subtle.
It's much too subtle. It's much too subtle. I want to know what's going on with the Dominion. This looks I'll tell you what the Dominion looks like to me. It's Wizard School. It's a tower far away from everything else. That's Wizard School. You might not have gone to school there, but you heard of it. The Wizard School. This is Voldemort's city.
Yeah, hold on. Let's think about this.
Maybe the Wizard School is stealing all the color from the Gray Valley to power their experiments.
That's very good. Why is Thespiano in two places?
Well, it's pretty clear to me.
Oh?
Yep. See, if you go to the bottom at Thespiano, there's this weird little nub. You see this nub?
Yeah.
It's a teleportation nub.
Oh fuck. Okay.
You step on this teleportation.
That would be a wild. Oh man.
You step on this teleportation nub.
About borders.
You take up this teleportation nub and you pop out of this hole right here.
Yeah, man.
It would be easier to see the hole if the name wasn't over the art, but that's what it is. True. It's teleportation nub. True. Or other way around, you jump in the hole, you fall to your death here. So there's a wizard who makes all their money living by this hole, casting Featherfall on people, so they can quickly get to the city without dying.
Yeah, that's really good.
It might also be a mistake, but I like to think that it's not.
I don't know, maybe. I like the idea that like borders mean nothing when you have teleportation circles. Like,
it's not even a teleportation circle; it's a teleportation pit.
All right,
it's a pit. There are some things on this map that make me feel like you want these to be points of interest, but I think they need to be either slightly less subtle or have more going on. I'm going to point out a couple. There's a hole right here. There's a cave right here. There was another one that I saw that I was like, what is that supposed to be? I don't know. The cave right here. I see all these little caves.
There's like a Stonehenge type thing in the far east.
Not that far east.
Oh yeah, it's not too far east.
I want to know what Kragos is, because right now it kind of just looks like a big mountain with some crystals. What's the deal with the crystals? Why are they just there?
Crystal Mountain.
Also,
Oh wait, hold on. Secret tunnel. There is a secret tunnel.
What do you mean? Yeah, there's a secret tunnel right here.
Under Kragos.
Yeah, under Kragos. This world is littered with secret tunnels. Here's a secret cave. Why does this secret cave look different on the map than this secret cave? This one is wide. This one is verklempt. The thing is, whenever I look at maps that are made in Incarnate, I feel like the way that you the things you decide to put and like the regions is way more evocative than the art you use for the cities. Like the art for use for the cities, maybe this is just me, but I literally feel like it would be equally as helpful if it was just the dot and it just said the name, you know? Like I feel like if I were you, and this is not, anybody can do anything, but I would not, I almost feel like you lose. I want to say I feel like you lose some of the evocativeness by using pixel art as opposed to like sort of simple icon art. And one thing that this map does, which is definitely a thing that I used to struggle with, and I think I still would a little bit, is how much is the map accurate versus how much is it supposed to be sort of giving a clue as to what the thing is. Because there's stuff on the map, like this little cave or this little cave, that feels like it's intended to be a very specific, real thing. But then does that mean everything on the map has to be real? Like, does that mean this village has 3 buildings? Does that mean this village looks like this? I don't really know. But it is one of those things that I sort of struggle with when I'm thinking of my maps. And it's almost similar in a weird sort of way to the struggle of like making sure you're writing in the same tense, you know, or the same perspective. Yeah. Like if I write a book and some chapters are in first person and some chapters are in third person, but there's not really like a clear reason why, or if I write a paragraph and I switch between the present tense and the past tense, it kind of confuses a little bit. And that is a little bit of what happens for me on maps. I'm not saying that this map is doing it specifically, but in general with incarnate maps that feel like they sort of sit between this is supposed to be very specific versus this is supposed to be sort of a general world map, you know? I'm not saying it's not cool. I like pixel art. I'm just saying it makes my headspace go into that sort of wondering what I as the user of this map, assuming that I'm using this map with other people who are all using it for the same world, what am I supposed to assume is literal and real, and what am I supposed to assume is a little bit more vague?
Yeah, I think I did a map project with Emily like 1 billion years ago for a homebrew world that like was very sort of Crown of Candy, built from the ground up. Which is not my usual style, but we collaborated on it, and we decided to make the capital cities, like to give them real illustrated icons. And it was it's a very intricate skill that if you don't get right, you're almost better off not doing. In that same vein, where it's like you can convey a lot with like a dot or like a little star with a circle around it, right? Like you can convey a lot of size in that old school kind of simplified map structure. If you're gonna go with the illustration, you kind of almost need to like capture the skyline or like build a little homunculus town of what's important in the city. Like you know, if you were to do London, like you kind of got to get like the Globe Theater and some shit in there if that's what you want to capture, right? Like it's just, you know, the London Eye, right? Like you've got to figure out like what is iconic about it in a way that you're probably not going to get off of incarnate stock art.
You could with the icons, I think, if you're like leaning into them. Yeah. If you're leaning into them, like if you're using them, if you're thinking about it like these are the limitations, these are the things I have to work with. So then I could look at the art of this town and be like, what town could I build that this is evocative of? You could do that. You could sort of backwards engineer it.
Yeah. You could work that way.
You know what it made me think of when you just said that? Have you ever taken any drawing classes or illustration classes, either in high school or college or anything like that?
Nothing serious. Probably in high school, but it's been a long time.
So I used to do art pretty seriously, and I took a couple both in college and high school, like high level like figure drawing classes and stuff like that. And there's an exercise that you do when you're doing figure drawing where you'll do like it's like a warm-up exercise where somebody will take a pose and you'll do a 5-minute sketch, and then you'll do a 1-minute sketch, and then you'll do a 10-second sketch. And the idea is you're just trying to capture enough to get the feeling. And if you've ever done that with people that are like good at art, which I was not that great, but other people that I did with were really good. Sure. You can kind of see how with like 3 lines really quickly, you can capture the motion of a person and their general vibe. And that's kind of, I think, what you need to do when you're trying to do simple illustrations of a city. You need to capture the motion of that city, the vibe of that city, and like as quickly as possible.
Yeah, absolutely.
The only other thing that I would say if I was going to give suggestions is the map sort of feels a little bare right now. And I think that's because all the stuff of importance is on the sides. There is not a lot of important in the middle. And even if that's intentional, I think there still needs to be a little bit more to the middle, or the map might even be better if it wasn't a square. You know, if all of these things are kind of in a line, like shrink the map, cut out the stuff that doesn't really matter. Like if the map ended, if Kragos was the farthest we saw left on the map, and it was like very far left on the map, I think the map would feel better. Because I think it would be centered more here than it is centered here. And in a weird way, I think that does make it feel a little bit more, I don't know. It's just like it makes it more appealing. Or, you know, fill the middle with more stuff. All right. But yeah, main piece of takeaway, make the Dominion the wizard school that seems like it's good, but secretly has an underground mine cavern system where it is funneling magic from the Grey Valley, which used to be the most colorful region, and everybody forgot that because the wizards cast a universal spell that made everyone forget that, and they think it's just the Grey Valley, but really they're sucking all of the magic out of it so it turns colorless. Okay, that's all. All right. Thank you very much for sharing, Gluco. Let's give them a round of applause. Gluco. Patrick, we have a lot of people watching today.
Yeah, man. Full house.
This stream is going well. Thank you, Gluco. Round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, man. Right now, I usually don't look at numbers too much when I'm streaming, but right now there's 100 people watching on YouTube and 80 people watching on Twitch. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's wild.
Watching our.
It's all the maps. Everybody loves a map.
Maps are cool. I didn't realize everyone was going to be so into the maps, but they are. I mean, I'm into them too. All right, let's do another spin. I do like a big like a big like a booga like a diga like a booga like a big like a dooga like a big like a diga like a booga like a big like a boo. It's the King of Nido. Have you ever been to Nido?
No. Does it have anything to do with Nidoking, the Pokemon?
No, this is King of Nido, not King Nido. Whatever you're talking about is something completely different.
Got it. Cool. Then no, I have no idea.
Yeah, see, King of Nido knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, you're completely wrong.
Yeah, sure.
It's a region. No. I don't think King of Nido has ever played Pokemon. This is a regional map. I'm going to be honest. Wait, what is it supposed to be? Because I've never heard it before. Nido?
Nidoking.
What is
Gen 1?
Is Nidoking a Pokemon?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think you guys I think you're trying to gaslight me. This is a regional map I made recently. I had planned for the Spellwind Forest to be placed where the fog. Okay, we don't need to. That's a lot of stuff I don't need to read.
There's a lot happening.
I'd love to hear thoughts on the forest. What kinds of magical flora fauna might. Okay, you're asking too many specific questions. That's not the point here. Okay. Griffin, thank you for the sub. Griffin of H. Here is the map on
I have
YouTube.
never been to H. I have never been to H.
Is the map on Twitch. I didn't want to hear. The prompt was send me a map. Tell me what you're proud of, or what you like about it. So what I said in the Discord and other places, if you wanted to send me your world lore, that's fine. But again, I don't care that much. We're not looking at world lore. This is not a world lore critique. We are literally looking at maps and talking about map design and things that we might put in those maps. I think that's what I said. All right, so here we go. This is the map. We got a little region. Looks like we have a big little fort in the front middle. A little fort to the north. A secret area called Jade Mount.
Boys. Everybody check off on the bingo cards. Frostvale. We hit one.
Got the Frostvale. There are not really any points of interest on the map. This map sort of reads like a map that I would. This is a map that I think this is a map that like people would buy in a town of this area. Specifically people that were not adventurers. because the way that this map is sort of written, pretty much the only key locations are places that people would go and the ways to get there. We have the Spellwind Forest. This is supposed to be the magical forest. Another secret cave. What is the deal with these secret caves, people? Caves for days. Again, similar to other thoughts, if I was going to give this feedback, I would say this needs a little bit more diversity. It needs more points of interest, things that pop. There's not a lot of popping on this map. There is this little oasis down here, and we do get a little bit of different geography with the sand to the south west and the Frostvale to the northeast.
There's also a little like Baba Yaga hut in the Shadowglade swamp that doesn't jump off as
oh yeah, look at that. I didn't even notice that.
But it is there. Also, there's a big tree in the center of the Spellwind Forest that I imagine is some great central tree type thing.
Is there?
This might
I'll tell you what, I see it now.
Yeah.
I think it is not. I think the graphics used make it very hard to see. I don't like it.
I think
I would get rid of the fog.
The color distinction is probably not helping.
It's because I wouldn't. If I wasn't actively looking for this giant tree, I never would have found it. If I was gonna do something with this, I'll tell you what my main thought is. My main thought is you have a large civilization next to a spooky haunted forest. Inevitably, that leads to what is the situation going to be between this community and the spooky forest? Like, is it a friendly relationship? Is it a not friendly relationship?
Does it matter though? Because like it's built in such a way that you could just never go into it.
No, but they're kind of up against each other. Like you travel past it, a
little bit.
The way that I would say the spooky forest would matter would be one of two ways. One, it is encroaching on civilization. Or two, there is something in it that civilization needs or wants. So either you need to have a reason to go in there, or it is spreading. It is growing.
Yeah. I mean, the third option is to rework some of the map to make it so that you have to go through to get somewhere.
That's true. Right? It could just spread this. It could just spread out farther.
I feel like narratively, the Spellwind Forest and the Shadowglade Swamp are stepping on each other a little bit. They strike me as, at a glance, very similar. Spooky Forest, right? And they're very close to one another. You might want to think about, like, combining them. I don't think there's any reason why you can't have your Baba Yaga in the Spellwind Forest, right? Like, why doesn't that just go all the way to the west? And then now you have to travel through it to get between Whitewood and Jademont, right? And Whitewood seems to be like the port to kind of the rest of the world a little bit through the canal.
And then so, people from Jademount have to get their jade from the Jade Mountains. And bring it down to Whitewood or vice versa. I'll tell you what I think is going on here. I think that the Spellwind Forest is supposed to be Feywild vibes, and the Shadowglade Forest is supposed to be Shadowfell vibes. That would be my guess. Because
I mean, then keep them that way, but have them meet at the road, right?
That could be kind of cool if there is if they do meet. Yeah, because there should be a reason to go there. The other thing is that.
Ooh.
The other thing that I want to say, yes.
Yeah. I wanted to bounce off that idea really quickly because I feel like it could be really, really cool if the road evolved from the extremely narrow path between the two forests that were them like bumping up against each other and like repelling a little bit. Right?
Yeah,
and
that's cool.
And honestly, it could even move. It could like shift and change on like a daily basis. So you have guides that are like reading the edges of the Shadowfell and the Feywild and like navigating you in between the two of them.
I like that idea a lot. That could be
some
very
cool stuff
fun.
You could push there.
Yeah, and you could even do weird things. Like there could be an area, there could be an area where it sort of opens up. Like maybe there's a pond that sits between them. And it is like affected by both, or that it's like a ground where the Fey creatures and the Shadowfell creatures meet once a year or something. But here's my main thing, and I'm gonna push hard a little bit here because King of Nido, now that I know how to say it correctly, said that this is supposed to be a Shadowfell forest and this is supposed to be a Feywild forest.
Got it.
I would argue that there is no such thing as a Shadowfell forest, and that a Shadowfell forest would just be something that you would find in the darker side of the Feywild. I would argue that the Shadowfell is pretty fucking barren, and that a spooky forest that is really colorful would be in the Feywild, and a spooky forest that's really dark and shadowy would also be in the Feywild. The Feywild has the different courts. It has very different vibes throughout it. The Shadowfell is like the black desert. It is barren. It is true wasteland. I wouldn't even call it Forest of Mushrooms. That's the Underdark. So I think if you want to really lean into the Shadowfell, I would really lean into that. Like, maybe there are trees, but maybe they are black and they're sort of petrified. Or maybe they just, maybe it's just barren. Maybe there are no forests there. Maybe there's just these shadows of trees. I don't know. But because the thing is, I think what you said about these feel the same, they do, because they both feel like the Feywild, because the Feywild encompasses both the colorful magic and the creepy magic. Like, hags are Feywild, the Autumn Court and like spooky evil things. Like, the Shadowfell isn't spooky. It's spooky, but it's like the Shadowfell is like wandering mad souls that have been twisted into the embodiment of a single emotion, or like the embodiment of nothing slowly roving and turning other things into nothing, or it's really different. And a swamp is so specifically something so full of life. I know swamps are spooky, but they are so full of life that it, for me, doesn't fit the vibe of the Shadowfell. So I would probably, if I was going to use this map, I would not interpret this as the Shadowfell. I would be like, this side is like the fun, sort of trickster, colorful Feywild, and this side is like the dark, malicious, shadowy Feywild. Like, this is like the Autumn Court and the Winter Court, and this is like the Spring Court and the Summer Court. Something like that. Yeah. Neat idea. I agree wholeheartedly, Patrick, though, that I think that these two are by far the most not interesting, but like evocative aspects, and making this place feel more at conflict with them, I think would lead to more more D&D vibe. Yeah.
And also just more narrative prompt.
Yeah, exactly. Cool. All right. Thank you very much, King of Nido. Thank you for sharing. Let's give them a round of applause.
Yo.
Thank you. I do love me some Feywild bumping up into the real world. In the main game that I ran for a long time, or the main world that I ran for a long time that all my games took place in, that was like one of the main plot points, was that there was a forest that was sort of a safe haven for fey creatures that were trapped in the material plane, and the kingdom was trying to get rid of them, and so the locals had mixed feelings about it. That was a big part of the game for a while. I like the fey creatures. They're pretty fun. Adigala boogala digala boogala digala boogala digala boogala digala boogala boo. Tony. Uh-oh. Patrick, calm down. It's a tiger.
Yeah. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh fuck.
This is the main map for my first homebrew campaign. 1 hex equals 1 day of travel, inspired by Lord of the Rings and Aragon. Distances between locations are intentionally quite large, so dungeons and areas can be added as adventure is written. Okay. So is this like so you're doing a hex map? Is this like a hex crawl map? Yeah, hex crawl map. Hex crawl maps. Have you ever run a game like this?
No, we've actually played in one together, but I've never run one.
Oh, we did, didn't we?
Yeah, a little while there.
I don't know. It's one of those things where it comes back to the idea where I don't want to have to be beholden to the map for how long it takes my players to do something. Like, I want my I want to fast forward stuff that's boring, Like, I
agree.
It's just such a different way than I run games.
I feel like there are a lot of people who want to play D&D in such a nuanced and like turn by turn sort of way, and that's a lot to ask of a GM, especially improvisationally, right? Like, narrative helps keep pacing and it all, if nothing else, it helps keep the GM kind of focused. If you're playing a true sandbox game, the GM needs enough tools to kind of be able to turn off a little bit, right? And like have the players do what you said, like plot out a course and follow a path, right? And this sort of not over prep, but like a hyper specific constraint around geography can be useful to that.
Yes. Yeah, especially if they're going to be doing exploration stuff.
Mhm.
There's some interesting stuff going on here. I like that there's like a, you know, it's all we got a little fort on an island. I think that's a lot of fun. We kind of have that twice. Why do we have that twice?
Yeah, sort of. I don't know. A wizard's tower versus an emperor's fort.
Yeah, it's interesting, I guess, but it also one diminishes the interest of the other in a weird sort of way.
A little bit. Yeah, it's like I don't. Two secret towers are like, I guess they just have.
They're not necessarily secret towers, but it's like, behold the massive lake, and upon it there is a little island, and on that island there is a tower. Cool. Welcome to the other lake, where there's a little island and a tower. You know.
Right. Yeah. Right. I got to tell you though, there is that one the Weeping Falls. Where's that water coming from?
Yeah, it's coming from heaven. It's coming from heaven.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. I accept. Just seems like there's not a lot of water in this part of the world, except that lake that's full all the time.
Yeah, if anything, the water should be flowing this way.
Yeah. It's one of those upwards waterfalls.
How big is this space supposed to be? I guess the other thing that I'm wondering is how. I feel like I'm getting really nitty gritty, but it's a hex map, so you got nitty gritty too. I feel like the rivers are too skinny. Like I feel like they're not going to be able to get. Like if we're gonna have big towns that have the name port in them, they need to be able to have big boats travel. Like I wouldn't have a massive port town that could only have little itty bitty boats. That would be tedious. Why not just put the port town up here? Big port town should be by the ocean.
This is kind of equivalent to like lake. I mean, if we're generous and we say that each of these lakes is kind of like the width of the Mississippi, Lake Celeste is the size of like Wyoming. That's such a big lake, right? And I think that's probably not right, especially since like a tower is kind of a whole heck. These lakes, these rivers are pretty small.
Yeah, I like it. I'm trying to say what stands out to me. I mean, obviously the island of volcanoes and stuff stands out to me. A lot of the rest of the terrain looks very samey. We do have a giant tree here. Everybody loves a giant tree. We have a little castle on an island. But aside from like very faint color changes in the background, like which if I was running this, the players probably wouldn't really feel that big of a difference as they traveled through. I want a little bit more. Areas of interest. We need more points of interest. So that's just what it comes down to. We just need more points of interest.
I mean, I think this is something, Cinder, that you have been kind of asserting with most of these, which maybe it's worth taking just like pulling back for a second and talking about like why is that valuable? Because you're not just saying put more stuff in the map, right? Like what specifically? Not do you mean by points of interest, but like why do you want more points of interest out of your maps?
Okay. The main reason I think to give players a world map is twofold. One, to give them a sense of geography. And two, to make them curious and want to travel places. To make them want to give them like a goals almost. Like things to be excited to explore or curious to explore. And what am I going to want to explore about Olham versus Barmar versus Slesau? Or what am I going to want to explore about Knopf versus Graylin versus Swaleston? Or about this hill versus this hill? Now, I don't think we need to get super into the weeds with it, and I don't want to make this person feel like I'm belittling their map, because I'm really not. I'm just using it as an example. But points of interest need to spark interest. Like, they need to make me curious. They need to make me wonder. They need to evoke story, evoke wanting to travel, wanting to see what it is. Like, if I'm looking at this map, if I was in this game world, I would want to go to Ignifel, and I would want to go to Emperor's Isle, and I would probably want to go to the Tyrannid's Tower. But I wouldn't want to go anywhere else. I wouldn't care about anywhere else. Nowhere else would ever matter to me. I mean, it might matter in the game at some point. Like, it might matter when I'm like, okay, you guys are now in Olham, so now we know that this is where we are. Like, that's a way that it matters. But I think it's nice to, I don't know. I don't know if I'm doing a good job explaining what I'm feeling, but that's sort of what I mean by points of interest. I mean literally points of interest.
Sword,
I mean,
right?
I mean, things that make me interested, things that make me curious, things that make me go, what is that? What can I do with that?
Yeah.
Like,
And that
a giant tree with a house in it is something that I wonder, what can I do with that? But, 3 unconnected towns that all kind of look exactly the same. I don't know what that's nothing. It's not, I mean, I can make it something, but that's sort of what I mean by that. And I don't want to go too into the weeds too on this one, because again, I don't want this person to feel like I'm belittling their map, because I'm really not trying to. I'm just using it as an example.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's right. I think that it's the stuff that many of the tools that we design when we're designing stuff for tabletop games, all of the homebrew that we give to GMs, like monster stat blocks, even magic items, subclasses, at the end of the day, they're all tools for prompting narrative, right? Like that is ultimately what these games are. And you could play a very mechanically heavy game, but it won't hang together unless there is an element of narrative. Even a combat over the course of a single round is telling a story, right? And so a map needs to do the same if it's going to be good, and usable for other people, right? If you want somebody else to pick it up and use it as a tool, it's got to act as a prompt for a story. It's got to make you wonder something about the physics of the world, the politics of the world, the lives of the people within a specific geography. It's got to spark a question. It has to ask something of you.
Shadow
and
yeah. The Shadow said, didn't they say it was large or empty so that they can add stuff throughout the campaign? Yes, but there is a difference between large and empty with points of interest that evoke me wanting to explore that, and large and empty with just randomly named towns. Like, for example, if I was going to do this, I don't think any of these towns need names. Like, you could,
regardless of whether or not they need or have.
But I mean, like, if you want there to be these little towns here, you could just put a bunch of little random towns. That's fine, to just sort of create a vibe of there being towns there. But does it matter what they're called yet? Like, that's sort of what I mean. Like, that's a lot of information that is not selling a narrative, that is not taking us on that journey, that is not taking us down that road. And I think that you can have a lot of blank space, but you still need points of interest.
And that's why I started this question by saying, like, Cinder, to clarify, you're not looking for just like more stuff.
Yeah.
Right? Like, more points of interest doesn't mean more identical hills or more identical towns, or even like more rivers or whatever. It's stuff that is idiosyncratic to this world, right? A monument would be something that helps to sort of tell a story. A town that sits at the crossroads of 5 different intersections that you could start to think about how it might interconnect to the other town, right? Stuff that feels intentional and kind of prompts. And you can leave a lot of blank space, but you got to have a few hooks to get things going.
And we get a little bit of that, I think, with the Glaeus Bay, right? There's the Emperor's Isle, but it's right next to this other city and a monastery. So there's definitely some, like, you could try to think of some, like, politics or stuff here. Like, there's definitely a little bit of that here, where the geography kind of starts to tell a bit of a story.
Especially that gate, right? Between the city and the monastery, like what ships are kind of coming in and out of there.
Exactly.
Right? Like,
yeah. See, there's a lot of stuff you could do with that. I think for a start for a world map, though, I think this is great. I think that if I were you, I would just add more points of interest. And literally, it could be a giant sword stabbed into the earth. It could be, you don't need to know what it is yet. Like, that's sort of the point. Like, if you want to make a map where you don't really know what it is yet and it's a lot of empty space, instead of filling that empty space with sort of haphazard pictures of cities and names, fill it with haphazard, weird pictures that people might not know what they are and make them go, what is that? You know? Instead of this being the city of Knopf, a giant obelisk with an eye on top of it. Or, you know, a giant crack with tentacles coming out. Or, you know, a picture that looks like a swing with a city swinging on the swing, like a city elevated by chain, you know, just like weird stuff. Like, you know, again, in the same logic of I'm going to fill this out as I go, there's going to be a lot of blank space. You don't need to know what any of your weird shit is when you put it. You just need to be able to make it a thing when you get to a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Yeah. So I think that if I was going to use this map, the part I would focus on probably would be this bay. Because I think that I probably would have the most going on here in terms of, I can start thinking about, like, what is it like living in this area? They probably have a bigger connection with these guys. And there's, like, big wasteland to the south, it sort of looks like. Maybe I would do an adventure about people trying to smuggle stuff past the Glaeus City Watch so that they could get it to the Emperor's Isles, something like that.
Mm.
I do want to say one last thing, though, that I think is an interesting thing.
Sure.
There have been multiple times on this map where one of the things that was, like, I'm not sure, had to do with, like, geographical logistics.
Yeah.
And that's something that I think is actually worth thinking about a little bit when you design your map, is that it should geographically feel like it makes sense. Or if it doesn't, the fact that it doesn't should feel intentional. And I feel like that sort of with the Weeping Falls. And then a little bit just with the vibes of the rivers. And like the big port town being on such an in-ocean river as opposed to the big port town being on the ocean. Like, I'm not sure logistically why that would be. And I feel like if there's a reason for that, I want that to matter. I want it to matter. If there's I want it to matter. Okay, cool. Thank you very much, Tony, for sharing your map. One thing that I think is worth thinking about when we make our maps, and I'm noticing it today, and it's not a bad thing, but when you do use something like Incarnate, it is very easy to make a map that kind of just looks like other maps. Like, when you're using the standard brush palettes, the standard color schemes, the standard symbols, you are really, really relying on your placement of things to be what sparks it feeling different and unique and strange. Yeah. So in some ways, using something like Incarnate is very helpful because I think it can be really valid. I actually think it's probably best used for home games because I do think that in order to make a piece really pop, you need to be very good with it. Like, as an art form. Like, you need to be really good at crafting with it. Otherwise, it's very easy to make something that kind of just is just very samey to other pieces. Sort of like when somebody gets into illustration, but they like drawing anime. So they get pretty good at drawing anime characters. And if you get pretty good at drawing anime characters, but never, like, really good at it, your anime art kind of just looks like everyone else's. And it's sort of like that. You know, when you're using the established system, you got to figure out how to sort of leave your specific mark on that established system. If your goal is to be sharing it publicly and for other people to be using it and that sort of thing. It's for your home game. It doesn't matter quite as much. Boogada bagada beegada bagada beegada boogada beegada boogada ba bee boo bee baby ba bee boo. Kitara.
Kitara.
Are you related to no, that's not Kitara. What's Katara? You're Katara. You're close to Katara. But you're not the Avatar.
Kitara.
If you were the Avatar though, I would be like, yo, tell the spirit world I say hey. I wanted to share a map with the world I worked on for a long time. Probably will never finish it, but love the idea. Being that the world is shaped and influences by the fact that magic is made of music. Well, they don't have in-depth maps attached. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine. Let's take a look.
Cool.
The Treble Isles, I think is what they said. Is that what they said? So the name is? The Treble Isles. All right, here it is on YouTube. Here it is on Twitch. Oh man, you know I'm not gonna reading any of this, and I hope that you're okay with that. But there's 10 pages of lore associated with this.
Good lord.
And if I was doing a homebrew review stream, I would maybe read one of them. First things first, I can't read any of these words. So I'm just going to ignore them, and I accept that they might be clever, but I can't read them. Opaphone,
Yeah.
Keltrock, Vratel, Cortree.
I don't think they're clever so much as I think they're
Chillop.
names. Yeah.
Okay,
They strike me as fine.
So this is the Treble Isles. So we have, how many islands is this? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 islands. Okay, I mean, listen, doing a little archipelago where every island is kind of different and like a little bit wonky, I like that. I think that could be fun. You could sort of do like it's very One Piece actually, or Peter Pan. The Nether Queen, thank you for the resub. If I was gonna run what's going on with this one? What's going on with Chillop? Why does Chillop have a spherical orb of weird color in it?
Dragon Ball.
It is a Dragon Ball. Why does it have a Dragon Ball?
Gotta get them.
Do you see any? Is there anything musical about them other than the name? Is there like, do these look like musical symbols or something? Maybe in the 10 pages of lore, but I'm not gonna read that.
Maybe very abstractly, but nothing's jumping off for me. There's a bass clef up in the upper right.
Yeah. I recognize this.
Unlabeled. Yeah.
I'm not really sure what, aside from the, you know what's ironic here? This is a bass clef, and it's called the Treble Islands. There's not a treble clef. There's a bass clef.
Maybe the treble clef is like in the negative space if you try hard and believe in yourself, you know?
Let me try. I'm gonna zoom out and squint with my eyes.
Okay.
I'm unfocusing my eyes.
I'm really not.
And
oh yeah, there is. Holy shit, there is.
I'm not seeing it.
Hold on. Let me see if I can.
I'm not seeing it.
Is there? Maybe
No,
not.
I'm
Maybe
seeing like a person.
No, man, I can't.
I'm not seeing it. I'm trying really
Hold
hard.
on. Hold on. Let me see if I can. What? Talk about this while I see if I can do what I think.
No, we have to try to do it together.
I'm gonna
we'll use my eye powers. Okay. Oh, the creator said the
phrase
names are different types of music.
Yeah, like electronica is one of them, and like orchestra.
I think the problem is that it's a combination of the cursive with them not actually being the name of music, but like a twist on it, so they don't feel like real words. Like, what is Chillop supposed to be? I have no fucking. What is Vroctal supposed to be? What is Operaphon supposed to? Oh, maybe opera. What is Celtrock supposed to be? Is that supposed to be Celtic music? I feel like that's a very specific. That's a really specific. Why are we getting one regional type of music and then other ones are electronic? If I was gonna do this, here's what I would do. I would make them all very different genres of music. Chill hop. Oh, it's chill hop. Got you. Okay, chill hop. Cool. I would make them all very different types of music, but very specific. I think electronica and orchestral are like two very good examples of that. And then I would just make it so the region like completely embodied that type of music, you know? The electronic one would be like very like upbeat, fast-paced, industrial. Everyone has like neon sunglasses on. The orchestral one would be very like ordered and very rigid. Not rigid, but very structured. And would have a lot of paperwork involved with everything.
Okay, hold on.
The roads feel very arbitrary.
I'm sending you a picture. I think there's a treble clef in there. I spent way too much time on this.
Listen, if that's a treble clef, then I'm taller than you.
It's the best I can do.
If that's a treble clef, I'm taller than you. like 100 feet
It's
taller
in there,
than you.
kind of. It's in there.
Yeah,
kind
and I'm kind
is
of
what I'm
taller
gonna
than
say.
you if you're sitting in a chair and I'm standing up.
Oh God, I tried. Whoever created this, I tried. I did my best.
I don't think you need to do that much work to make it a treble clef. I think you do have parts of it. I think the big issues come from this feeling more like a dangle than a circle. And I think that, yeah, I think you got to lean into, let the shape. I mean, here's what I would say. You're building an island. You're building a archipelago of islands that is inspired by different types of music, named the Treble Isle. You can make this more the shape of a treble clef and it won't break immersion. That's what I would say. This is already a very wacky, this is a wacky map, okay? This is a wacky map. From like a world building perspective. It's a wacky map. So I would allow the world map to match the wackiness. That's what I would do. I would allow it to be more extreme. And I think if you lean more into the shape of a treble clef, that might also, you could also maybe even use it to as like the implied travel routes through the islands. Maybe that's what you were trying to do, but it feels a little bit lost with some of the maps here. But like maybe there's a main road, like the King's Road is literally the shape of a treble clef perfectly carved into these islands for some reason. Something like that could be cool. Why is there a Dragon Ball on Chill Up? That's what I really want to know.
Yeah, it's a good question.
It's a cool idea. I will say some of it's kind of hard to tell what is going on. So I don't really know what ideas I would have for it other than what I just said. Like, I'm not really sure what's like, it's a little like, this would be a good world map.
Just islands.
Yeah, I was going to say this would be a good world map for like the beginning of a fantasy book that was used to like give you a sense of the world and to maybe show you like where things were in place for each other, but wasn't really intended to be used as like a map. Because it's more like, here's the world, blip, as opposed to like, these are the paths and the routes and these are the areas of interest. Like, I would say this is a map that does not have points of interest particularly. It has a couple things that I'm like, what's that? Like the orb. I guess it does, the orb, but other than that, it sort of just feels like a broad world map, you know?
The base clef is interesting for the Treble Islands.
Well, yeah, I guess. It's a little out there. It doesn't have I'm curious why it doesn't have a name and everything else does.
Yeah.
It's explained in the document. Dread, I love you and I appreciate you sharing, but either this might be your first time watching my streams, but there's no way in hell I'm going to read a 10-page single-spaced document. There's just no way in hell. Like, this won't be fun for anyone to read. This won't be fun for me. This won't be fun for chat. No way. I don't even like reading 2-page homebrew when people can't get their homebrew into 1 page because it's tedious. It's not fun to read. Other people can read it if they want to, but that's, you know, the point of this stream wasn't, I'm going to read 10 pages of your world lore and then look at your map. The point is, I'm going to look at your map and tell you what I think, you know? So yeah, that was what I think. I think that I think that's a cool idea. I like the world building of different islands being different types of magic or different types of music. And I would lean harder into that. And I would lean harder into the aesthetics of the islands being wackier. It's a very wacky idea. Let it be wacky is what I'd say. If I was going to use it, I would make it extra wacky. All right. Thank you very much, Katara. Thank you for sharing.
Yo.
Let's give Katara a round of applause. You gotta love a hand-drawn map, too.
Yeah, classic.
It feels nice. If you've ever been a player in a game and somebody handed you a map that they drew, in a lot of ways that feels nicer than them emailing you a picture, you know? Like, it makes it feel... It's like, I guess that's not true for everybody, but there's a big difference between somebody making you a card and buying you a card. And there's also the difference between somebody like making you something and buying you something. Even if the thing they made you isn't like nearly as nice as the thing they bought you could be, sometimes just the fact that they made it is like weirdly impactful in how much it feels good, you know? There's a submission link. If you're watching on YouTube, there's a submission link in the video description. If you're watching on Twitch, you have to type the command wheel in.
Wheel.
Oops, did that wrong. Boogada bagada beegada bagada boogada bagada beegada. We're probably gonna do a couple more. We're not gonna go super late tonight. I don't wanna. I'm trying to stream. I know this is ironic because I've been very absent on stream the past 2 weeks just due to busyness and sickness. But my goal is to start streaming more and just do slightly shorter streams. So I don't think we're gonna go crazy late tonight, but we'll go for a little while longer. We'll do a couple more. Oh my God, Ari, your name sits in so many other people's words. There you are. Norovia is the campaign setting for most of my games, including the one I'm currently running. The main points of interest that I like are mostly the Titan Skull, the Abyssal Chasm that separates the town of Isol. Okay, let's take a look. That was good art, Patrick.
We do our best.
Oh!
Ooh, speaking of hand-drawn.
It's very, very, very cool. This is the... You know what this makes me think of? Makes me think of I'm, like, hanging out. This is, like, it's math class. Fuck you, teacher. We're playing D&D, and we're doing it in a coded language, half using our graphing calculators to communicate so that you don't notice. I just had crazy deja vu flashbacks of, like...
The
types of games I would make up.
S on it, you know?
It's very, it also, I don't know if this is intentional, but it has a very punk rock vibe.
Yeah, hell yeah.
All right, so I'm not gonna worry too much about some of these names because I can't read your handwriting. But the map immediately has strong vibes. Strong vibes. The things that stick out to me immediately: big weird skull, sea monsters. I don't know if this is a river or an evil tree explosion, but I would do something with this as a dungeon master. Spooky tower in the middle. I'm going to be honest, almost all of this stuff up here is kind of hard for me to tell what it is.
Yeah, I think one thing that is sort of true is that a lot of your icons and like spacing is getting a little lost in the sauce, which... Again, I feel like if this was a novel, this would be an incredible illustration for that novel because it's like that's so much the vibe. But if it's a resource or if you're trying to get information from it, it's a little opaque.
Yeah, if you want this to be used by players, you really got to change the way that these things are written because it's impossible to read. And then the other thing, and this is actually, I think, true of any time you're illustrating with pen and ink. A lot of the times with pen and ink, you have to sort of play this game of like, if I make a mistake, I just got to roll with it. And that's part of why writing with pen, drawing with pen is so fun, is that you have to be weirdly precise, but also okay with mistakes and just work through them. But having spent a lot of time doing specifically pen and ink style drawing, the thing that you can do the most is you can overdo. And I think that's what's happening, is that there's just too many lines on the page if you want some of these things to be specific. So like, for example, if you don't care about a lot of these details being specific, I think it works well. Because what does stand out is the tower and the skull and whatever the fuck this is. But if you care about the players knowing what's going on in like the top half of the map, it's kind of hard to tell. Just because of how many literal lines there are on the page that sort of all become kind of the same in terms of like the image that they evoke. Like there isn't really a difference between what's going on all the way on the left here and what's going on in the middle here, but I feel like they should be different. Now, that being said, I do think it's pretty cool and it looks cool, and I love the idea of there being a cliffside coast with a skull that's in the water. Over here is a skull. With a skull that's in the water that's so big, that it's like rising out of the water, like a creature that is from a lost time where its head is now the size of like a mountain. And like that's a really fun space to play in. That's a really fun space to play in. I don't the map is, listen, I'm not saying it's bad that the map is dense. I'm saying that if you want the map to be useful as a tool, the denseness, there needs to be more clarity based on how much denseness there is.
Yeah, I think that's right.
But I could see doing all sorts of weird stuff with a giant skull that's sticking out of the water. There could be religions that worship it. There could be festivals that happen inside it. It could be one of those things where it's like super taboo to go to and it's supposed to be really bad luck, but like all the bad cool kids like go there and do drugs. You know what I mean? Or like, there's all sorts of stuff you could do with it like that.
Also, Skull Mountain is real good.
Where's Skull Mountain?
So the base of the mountain in the upper, like right there, is a face, teeth, mouth is open. You got some eyes and like a nose.
I just might not be seeing it clearly.
You're hovering over it right now.
Oh, I would not have. That's another one where it's like I see it now that you say that, but I would not have guessed. I would not have seen that as a skull. I would not have seen that as a face.
I'm also, I think, because of the aesthetic, looking for like subtle, weird, emergent forms, which I think is not a bad thing to be aware of the fact that like that'll happen. Like that's a useful tool.
No, I mean it does look like a face too. Now that I'm looking at it, more that I look at it, it looks like a face.
It can obscure.
Yeah, it's like a Oogie Boogie Man face. So like this is actually a perfect example. This is not what we're here for feedback for, but let's take a look. Let's talk about if you want to draw with ink. Take a look at this mouth, okay? So we have these indicators of stalactites that kind of look like teeth. What this is this person, this artist, has overcolored in this mouth. That's what's happening. Yeah. Seahorse, thank you for the membership. What has happened here? Did I say your name right? Seahorse Sensei, excuse me. I have done this before where I've drawn a cave and then I colored it in too much and it just sort of became blackness. And I would say whenever you're doing pen and ink, a thing that is worth practicing doing, and you are doing it throughout this piece a little bit, is shading by filling in the space with different patterns and different like rhythms and different what's the word I'm looking for? Textures. So, for example, this scriggling here is shading, right? These lines down the mountain is shading. Those are probably the two best examples of it. But, like, if I was going to be doing this map, the first thing that I would do is I would take the things that I want to pop. And this actually would be true of any ink art. And I would draw those things first. So I would very clearly, with a good thickness of pen, outline those stalactites. So they're just there. So I know where they are, so I know not to draw over them unless I'm ready to. And then everywhere else, I would not fill black. I would do that line art. I would either do thatches or double thatches or like squiggles, sort of like this, although probably not exactly like this because that's what this is right here. But then afterwards, I could sort of see how much do these stalactites pop off that art, and I could add a little shading on top of them to keep them there. But you can sometimes take away too much when we're doing that. But yeah, from a vibe perspective, it's very fun. It's a very fun looking piece. This really reminds me of something that I would do like in school while I'm trying not to pay attention to class.
Yeah, 100%, which is such a mood.
It's a good mood. I like it. Also, there is a sort of perspective to it that I really like. When you zoom out all the way the mountains kind of fold into each other looks really nice.
It is really cool. It's really cool. There's some serious like visual mastery happening here. It's just a little bit's getting kind of lost in the sauce.
Yeah. There's things that I'm curious about, like what the heck is this thing in the middle? It looks sort of like a guy in a boat, but a giant, and I don't know if that's what it's supposed to be or not.
Yeah.
Cool map. Ari, thank you for sharing. Let's give Ari a round of applause. Patrick, you can't hear it right now, but Isaac's song is playing.
Nice. Governor of the North.
Oh, it just ended.
Fair enough.
When it comes to pen and ink, I found that it can help to emphasize things by outlining them with slightly thicker pens. Yes, but that outline takes up space. So, like, if you outline those stalactites with very thick... I'll just show you exactly what I mean. If you outline these stalactites with thick ink, but then color in behind them, then the thickness of that outline disappears because the outline is the same color as the black behind it. So then they just become smaller. So that's why if you use ink to outline the image, the shadow behind that image needs to not be the same depth of darkness as the line used to make the outline, because otherwise it just makes it disappear. And you lose the outline, and the image ends up feeling a little bit more sunken. All right, thank you, Ari. All right, maybe we'll do... What time is it? We'll do maybe one more. I'll tell you what, Patrick, do you want to stick around for one more or no?
I'll stick around for one more, yeah.
All right, we'll do one more, Patrick, and depending on how long it goes, maybe I'll do one more after. That's the game.
All right, sounds good.
Buggada, 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 bee, ba, boo, bee, bow. Ginger2669. And guys, yes, a lot of people in the chat have said, Cinder, will you do more of these? I'm just gonna say yes, we will. And I think the next one that we'll do will either be more focused, like it'll be a battle map or something, or maybe it will be monster art or something. But I do think I'm gonna start doing more of this. I love the idea of send in an illustration you made of a monster, and let's think about what sort of powers we would give it. That could be fun. But I think we'll definitely do more of these art streams where you guys send in art and we kind of just talk about it with the lens of D&D. I think that will be good. My first attempt at a continent map for a game I'm running for some friends. All right, let's give her a gander. Battle maps could be cool. Yeah, I kind of wanted to start with sort of a more open-ended one, because honestly, I was worried people wouldn't submit stuff. But then I got a lot of submissions, so we don't have to worry about it as much. Okay, we have a world map. This is called the Volution Empire. We have the frozen waste. We've got the Alliance. We have the Lipids Kingdom. the Lidopause Kingdom. That's a funny name. The Carexian Conclave. Okay, this is a true world map. In that it really is just the big things, right? We're getting lots of cities and not a whole lot more else. The first thing that I would say about this map is it's kind of hard to tell what places are under what region's control. Like, where does the Alliance meet the Lidopause, and where, like who?
The borders are unclear.
The borders are unclear. Like, who controls these nations? I don't know. Are these roads or are these water? They're water. Interesting. So everything is connected not by roads, but by water. Oh, is that a road? Are those dots roads? Let me ask you a question, Patrick. Are these dots leading from this building to this building easy for you to see?
No, honestly, most of these little,
because I can
distance things are pretty hard for me to see.
Yeah, I would say I would say all of your roads, the coloring is fucked. Like undercase bold, highlighted. I genuinely thought the rivers were the roads, and I think that the roads probably should stand out as much as the rivers, because right now these roads are playing Where's Waldo to find them. This is another one of those maps where there is a lot going on. But I'm going to ask you guys, same question I've asked every time. Where are the points of interest? Where are the things that make us go, ooh, what is that? I don't know. I don't actually know if there are any. There's a lot of stuff that you could use for where your game is going to take place. In terms of, like, I want to be in this city that's surrounded by these other cities. The jagged peaks. Where are the jagged peaks? Oh, these things? Yeah, they sort of stick out. They pop. They're a different color. They're kind of isolating part of the world from the other part of the world. But I'm not sure what I see as like, what is that? And that might be okay. The other thing is like that feedback of what are the points of interest. You can take that. You don't need to care about that. If you're just like, I just want this map to look half decent and I want my players to be able to use it and to see where towns are, and that's fine. But again, I do think points of interest. Like, here's good. Stremen's Ring. Here's a little one right here. What is Stremen's Ring? I don't know. Little Stonehenge.
Some of these names are pretty good. Bill Jaggeda.
Salt Stall. Celis. Port Ravo. Mekos.
Oh, we got the wooded. We got the wooded isle. So if anybody has that on bingo,
the wooded isle, is that a common name?
Yeah, it's like what was the other one? Frostmourne or something? Not Frostmourne. Whatever it was.
The map needs to lose the shrubs. They don't communicate anything.
Yeah.
I don't know how much I agree with that or not.
They're kind of foresty.
I think that maybe. Oh, wait, I do agree with it if you mean these shrubs. If you mean these shrubs, yes, I agree 100%. But I think that they're fine here and here to denote different like geographical terrain. But yes, they don't do anything but sort of confuse you and sort of they act as filler, but filler in a way that actually I think detracts from the things that you want to pop, which are the towns and the forests more specifically. I think it's functional for just a random map that you can rip off. Oh, 100%. This is I think is, and this is not a good or a bad thing. It's just is true. This is exactly the sort of map that I think somebody would use if they wanted to have a world map and they weren't 100% sure what kind of world they wanted to play in or what the world lore wanted to be, but they just wanted to have it geographically ready to go. They're like, we'll figure out the plot later. There's the world map. It does work for that because it does kind of evoke, it's a little bit like, I don't want to say standard fantasy, but it is kind of standard fantasy, right? Like you have big cities, rivers connecting them. I do really like the thing that I really like about it. And I kind of wish it was more of the thing, and maybe it is in the world. I like that all of the big cities are connected by rivers. I don't know how often I see that. And that's to me what stands out the most here. Also, I don't know if you know what Za'atar is, but Za'atar is a seasoning. And it's a delicious seasoning. And if you never used it before in your cooking, then you are missing out. It is perhaps my favorite seasoning.
Good stuff. There's another thing that's being done here that I actually really like.
Show.
And it's very subtle, and you only do it once. And I wonder if you should do it more, or maybe it's just worth... Oh, no, it is 3 times. It's worth sort of calling out and leaning in. You can create points of interest by establishing patterns that you don't necessarily over-explain. In this, we have Bill Jagada, Bill Darrell, and Bill Mardun in several little mountain ranges. But those mountain ranges also have names, right? The Broken Crowns, the Frost Fangs, the Jagged Peaks. So I guess the bill is like the in-world name for like a mountain like retreat or monastery or something in the mountain, right? But immediately we've got like a Dune-esque siege thing going on, and I want to know more about that. Is somebody living there? What's that about? Why do they all have the same name? Because that suggests a connection that the rest of the world over those geographic distances doesn't have, right? It becomes like the air nomad temples in Avatar. It's like these are this one group of people who is named all 3 of these things. And so you can create points of interest by establishing patterns like that.
That is a really good point and a really good call. And I think that it is an interesting enough thing and a big enough deal that if you want that to matter, it needs to be more obvious, and if you don't want that to matter, you should change it. Because Pat, I didn't notice that, and you noticing it and me not noticing it made me think about when I, as a dungeon master, want my players to notice something, I need to make it more obvious than I think it needs to be. And I think that that's what I would do here. Like, part of why I think these don't stick out is because there's just so many words on the map. Like, there's so many locations, and they all kind of start to, like the Corexian Conclave kind of turns to mush for me. Like, what is the difference between Yalessa and Carnetia and Clap? Like, there isn't, right? These are just gobbledygooks. Like, and I wonder if you didn't actually draw them on the map, or you just had bullet points, or you figured out different ways of making different names sort of smaller or pop more, that I would start to notice more things that mattered or that connected. Because when I look at this area and I see all these things mushed together, it kind of just makes me assume that everything is like that. You know? Like, if I don't see any connections, you shouldn't... Me and Patrick, and more Patrick than me in this circumstance, are going to deep dive a little bit into your stuff, but most people aren't. Even your players mostly aren't going to do that. So you want to make the things that are connections, especially world building connections that matter. You want them to be really obvious, or at least obvious enough that anybody looking at it is going to start to notice it. That's more for like a dungeon master perspective than like if you're writing a book or something. Honestly, by removing the shrub spam, the places will stick out more. That's true. I think that would help. Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah, absolutely. Shrub spam.
Players won't care until you give them a reason. That's not always true. Sometimes players care because they're curious. Yeah,
I will say
there'll be a
players
VOD,
that care because they're curious, you generally have to worry about less. They'll tell you when they're curious.
Yeah.
So, if it's a piece of information that you want communicated, assume that they won't be curious about it.
Felberg. You know what I think? You know what I genuinely think? I genuinely think, you know how Critical Role has had a positive and then negative impact on people depending on their experience, and it's gotten people into the game, it's gotten people inspired to play, but it also has led to certain people having like weird expectations of what D&D needs to be. I feel similarly about that. I feel similarly about Critical Role and that with maps and things like that. Like, not specifically Critical Role maps, but like this feels like a Critical Role map to me, which is like a map that has a lot of stuff and assumes that the person reading it is like particularly interested in it. And I feel like in the same way that players should not seek to compare their dungeon master to Matt Mercer, I feel like as creators, we should really, really, really think about what the point of the map is that we're making, and how we're going to be using it, and who's going to be using it. And I think that like this, if the goal is a world map and that's only the goal is I just want everyone to know where all the places are and that's it, then I think you get rid of some of the extra shrubbery and I think you're good. But again, I think that is sort of limiting yourself to being like, this is what a Critical Role map is, so it's what my map should be. But again, we're not playing Critical Role. And I want to encourage you again, points of interest. Unique locations that make somebody reading it go, why is that the way it is? And that could also be in the same way that you pointed out, Patrick, of like the different names starting with Bill. But Critical Role maps look beautiful. And do you know what they don't have? Points of interest. Because the points of interest are, that's from the show. So you don't really need points of interest because there's no buy-in that you need. Honestly, Lord of the Rings map is kind of that too. Like the map of Middle Earth is kind of dull. Like, there are a couple things that are points of interest, but most of it is like, it's only a good map because we want to read it. Because there's a lot of buy-in to it. And you don't need to be thinking about your maps that way. Like, you don't, you don't need to be thinking about your things as like, what's the buy-in? But if you're thinking about your map like a toy or like an activity to be engaged with, whether it's by a community or just your friends, the more cheat codes you can do to capture their engagement, the more they're going to engage with the map. So I'll give you a stupid example. Let's take a look at this map zoomed out. Pat, I genuinely think that if you drew the political lines here and made each region a slightly different color, depending on who was in charge of it, I think it would make it a more interesting map.
I think so. It would certainly give us a lot more high-level, like, state of the world.
But I think it would make it so I would actually look at it more. Because I would be like, I'm curious, not just what is on it, but where the political lines fall. And, it would literally just make me engage with the map more, you know? And what's the point of doing all of this work if no one's engaging with it? I mean, if you're just doing it because you're having fun with it, then that's great. That's all that matters. But that's another reason why I think points of interest really matter, is it's like it's the same thing when we talk about flavor text. You want your flavor text to make people want to read the piece. You want your map to make people want to engage with the world, and you can do a lot of flashy, silly stuff to make that easier. Colorful, making your map more colorful is going to help immediately. Like, it doesn't need to be realistically colored, just make it excitingly colored. Being very specific about when and where you put icons. All of these cities lose their meaning because they're all globbed together. Is this forest supposed to be particularly important? It kind of feels like it is, but I can't actually really tell because it's sort of just like other forests, but maybe it's not. Those sorts of things. Lex Woods is another spot that feels a little bit odd, but I can't tell exactly why. I see some colorful trees in it, but they're kind of hidden. They're a little subtle. This area would be so much more exciting if all the trees were really brightly colored in the map. Now, even if they weren't all brightly colored in the world, that would make me be like, wait a minute, why is there a purple forest here? You know what I mean? Those be my thoughts. Man, everybody and their grandma really does do like the Frozen Waste or the Frostmire or something. I have the fucking Frostmire on my world map. It's fun to have a frozen area, but everybody does do that. It's so funny.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's classic fantasy, right? Like, fucking White Walkers, hell yeah. But like, it's been done. It's been done.
Yeah. And if you're somebody that doesn't have a lot of resources, or you're like, I don't want to draw all of these, or I can't afford the paid version of Incarnate and I want to use it or whatever, then you lean in the direction of less is more. You only use the tree icon for very specific situations where it's a unique forest. You only use the city icon for the special city. So it stands out. Like right now, Zatar and Almond they're literally the same icon. They're the exact, there's no difference here. Neither one feels particularly prestigious, because this one too. Like, I actually think that I want to say that I feel like this would work better if they were just dots. I almost feel like the art is taking away in some places. Maybe that's me being a psychopath. But I do feel like the only real differential between these three is where they are geographically. So I feel like showing that, having the emphasis be where they are geographically, would uplift a little bit more.
100%. And it's the distinction between, like, when you load up Google Maps, you can load it up as a satellite or as a traffic map, right? And it's like the satellite version, where this is not quite the satellite version, because it's, obviously icons and illustrations, but let's call it closer to the satellite version. It might be useful for very, very, very zoomed out when you're getting broad color swaths, or like, if you just want to get like an immediate kind of real world feel of a place. It's pretty hard to fucking read, though, right? Like, it's a lot easier to read the very simplified version, and
Yeah.
I think that's meaningful.
Yeah, I think it goes back to it depends on what your goal is. Like, is the map... So, yeah. So, worth thinking about. I will say that I used to make maps with these icons and that sort of thing, and I have moved away from that. I like moving... I these days, I like using symbols and drawings to sort of represent ideas because I think that they help spark the imagination a little bit more. But regardless, I think this will work incredibly well as a world map. I'm not hounding this map at all. In fact, I'm sure there are lots of players that would fucking love it, and they would like be like, what's the J Garden? What's in Port Arif? What's the Realier? You know, so like, not saying burn it to or anything like that. Like, it's a solid map. I think that but that is what it is. It is basically just a world map that is showing you where these things are, and the question is, what do you want it to do? And then once you know what you want it to do, try to format it in the way that is best doing that. Can I tell you a fucking insane thing, Patrick?
Yeah, of course.
My brother-in-law and my sister, they use the satellite image version of Google Maps all the time.
Just like exclusively?
Like when they're
that's crazy.
Like if I'm driving with my sister and she has Google Maps up, or my brother-in-law and he has Google Maps up, it's the satellite image version. Isn't that insane? I find that to be wild. I find that to be and they're not crazy people. They are like responsible. Like my brother-in-law is like he's got like Excel sheets for like their finances, and like they are responsible human adults. They're some of the more responsible people that I know. How could they do something so absolutely insane? Unhinged.
It's pretty unhinged.
It's completely insane.
Yeah.
And I would get it if they were like wackos or like nut jobs, but they're not. They're just like reasonable people. I think it just goes to show that every single person, regardless of how reasonable they are, is a complete psychopath in at least one way or another.
In at least one way.
Yeah.
I'm a complete psychopath in like 4 ways.
Yeah.
So, you know, I get it.
Yeah. This is a pretty cool world map, though. Also, I like the one thing that does stand out to me, and I think it speaks to the icons, is because it feels really different, is this one, the Dalmadar. Because there's nothing else that looks like anything like it on the whole map. It stands out. It's like a weird, and it's front and center. Anyway, thank you very much for sharing, Ginger. Let's give them a little round of applause. Oh, thank you.
All right, I think that's gonna be it for me, man.
All right, buddy. Do we have anything going on the next couple days? You and me, I forget.
Nope. I'm coming back to the other side of the world.
When do you return?
I'll be busy with that. Friday. So I'll be around this weekend.
Cool. All right. Well, hit me up this weekend. Let's catch up.
Yeah, sounds good, man.
All right.
I will see you all soon. Chat, you've been lovely as always. Amazing job with the maps. I'm glad y'all found something that everybody's excited about. This is good stuff.
I love everybody's excitement about it. It's fun to make maps. All right. See you, buddy.
Yeah. All right. Bye.
That was Patrick. Oh, he's a good dungeon master. Guys, if you want to make Patrick feel good, go to check out Unbalanced Encounters. Here's the website if you want to. Check it on the website, but go check it out anywhere podcasts are podcasting. It is the actual play that Patrick is the dungeon master of, and I am a player of, as well as these other lovely creators. I play a giant robot named Guard, and my character is... they've gone through a lot of changes now, but my character I try to make my character sort of sit somewhere between the Iron Giant and a Dark Souls monster. That's sort of the goal I have for my character. Alrighty, let us see. Any AI maps? No AI maps, thank God. That is the best photo of me. That's true. Yeah. Can't lie about that. Alrighty. What do you guys think? You think we should do one more? Boo! It's Carson. This is a map of my long-running campaign. It was the first map I ever designed for a long campaign. Blah, 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 blah. Magical anomalies, preventing teleportation. Okay, you're just talking about your game world. Let's just take a look at your map. A lot of Incarnate users. All right, here it is in this. Here it is in this. All right, so this one is very bare in terms of what is going on environmentally. It's either a whole desert or there's just nothing. So similar to the last one. What are our points of interest here, chat? Do we see any points of interest? I'm curious about this big, strange, mysterious building in the swamp. Why is there a swamp in this massive desert? That's one thing that immediately I'm like, what's going on there? And that's pretty much the only thing that I'm like, that's unique and weird. It feels like nothing, no offense. Well, that's, you know, it's not exactly nothing. I mean, clearly there's some ideas put into like some of it, but yes, a lot of it does feel a little haphazard. Like this town being here, and this town being here, and this being here. There's a couple things that are confusing. So for example, if this is the road, why does the road not lead to the port town? You know? I would make the road lead to the port town. There is one of those things that I think is worth thinking about in general when you make a map, which is like, where's the logic of it? So these are clearly roads, right? They're going around the mountains, but they don't lead to anything. Why don't the roads lead to anything? If you're going to make roads, they probably should lead. These are not regions. If these are regions, that's very confusing. It's a divide? Oh. I would change that. That's a road. The dotted line is the universal sign in maps for a road or a path. That's like painting all your stoplights green. No, they are borders. They are borders. Yes, I see that. I'm just saying that is the most inaccurate use. That is the most convoluted use of the dotted line ever. Because 9 times out of 10, the dotted line does not mean borders. The dotted line means road. So another thing, back to the same one I said before. Make these different regions different colors. Make these different regions different colors. And this is another map that I think would majorly benefit from there being roads. Or signs of like where we're going, how we're connecting to these places. But yeah, a lot of it feels pretty bare right now. They sort of just feel like cities plopped. I'm sure they're not plopped randomly, but they, for all intents and purposes, they might be. The thing that really stands out is this. And if I was going to be running a game using this map, my thing would be this place is either like an oasis that is super highly guarded and hidden and protected, and people are trying to figure out how to get there or not get there. Or people are from here and they need to go out into the wasteland world of the non-lush forest. Because everything else kind of feels just like wasteland. And if it's not supposed to be wasteland, it should look a little bit more lush. Greenwood, no tree icons. There's a place called Greenwood. I missed that. I don't see it. Oh, Greenwood. Oh, yeah, Greenwood. No trees. Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. Like, if you're going to be splitting up the regions, make them feel different. And the way there should be some visual representation of them feeling different. And if you're going to be don't put towns so close to each other that their names are on top of each other. Or at least change the fonts so they're not. But I think that I would put more ways for the players to play with this. Like, there is nothing in Regalia that is going to make a player go, ooh, I guess maybe the Shadow Warped Crypt, maybe? But, like, I don't know. It's just, it feels a little barren. It feels a little barren. I like Arden. Is Arden something on this map that I didn't notice, or is that just a word you said? I personally don't bother with political lines on my map. I have separate political map for that. That's all. You don't need to have a political map. Tons of islands with nothing on them. Yeah, it does make me feel like, what the fuck is the point of these little islands if we're not putting anything on them? These are actually, this is a great way to do points of interest. Just draw a giant rectangle on one of these islands, or a skull, you know? Or something. But yeah, like, these aren't anything. These are just there. These are just there for art. That's the point of them. I'm assuming that these are just there to be art. Arden is cool. Yeah, I see it. I found it. But yeah, man, there's got to be more color or roads or something. Because right now, the map genuinely just feels like every single thing is just this isolated thing on a big desert. And I'm sure that's not the point. But that's also why this is the only part that I'm like, oh, that's kind of interesting because it's different. So yeah, I would go through Incarnate, find some unique icons, start plugging them in places. Don't really have much more to say about it than that. It's pretty straightforward. I have an idea for a game. A sorcerer is causing the lake around Arden to slowly flood, and the adventurers have to figure out a way to stop them before the city is consumed by rising waves. That could be cool. That could be cool. Slowly, a flood slowly filling this area. Burning it out. Or not burning it out. Opposite. Drowning it out. That could work really well. I don't really have much more to say about it. Smitter. Jeff Locke is a funny name also. Hessen. Dragonica. Yeah, be more bold with changing colors and adding more stuff, I think. And again, it doesn't need to be filler stuff. It could literally just be like painting this area a different shade of color. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Let us give Carson a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Oh, thank you, thank you. Clap, clap. Indeed. Indubitably. Okie dokie. Okay. Encore, I hardly know Core. It's making an enjoyable ride home from work. That's good. How many are on the list now? A lot. 100. Give or take. Whew. Clearly people want to share their maps. Okay, note taken. We will do more maps and more art streams in the future where we look at this. I see it. I accept. This will not be the first. This will be the first. This will not be the last. Yeah, 100 is insane for maps. I agree. It's really cool, though. This is just a moment where I have to acknowledge that this is what you guys like and want, and I can give you more of it. I can feed you it. Okie dokie. But with that in mind, friends, as I said, today is not going to be a super long stream. Today is going to be a reasonable length stream, and we just been going for a little over 4 hours. And to me, that is a reasonable length. So we are going to be wrapping up, but do not worry. We will do more in the future. We will do more in the future. Don't be sad. Let's give a big round of applause to everybody that submitted their maps, everybody who shared their maps. Whether your map got looked at or not, thank you so much. Big appreciate. You guys are the best. We are going to now go raid somebody. Let's see. What's going on with you? You might be ending stream soon, but we'll still raid you. All right, guys, we are going to go raid one of my favorite... Oops, we're going to raid one of my good buddies, Scarlet64. She is a true champion and a good friend. And she's running some D&D. And we will be back. I might do a surprise thing tomorrow. Maybe. But at the very least, we'll be back on Friday. And hopefully next week I'll be feeling better and we'll do more streams. I'm going to also YouTube, stick around for a minute, and I'll send you the Scarlet link afterwards. Actually, I can just do that right now. All right, YouTube, here is the link. If you want to go hang out with us in Scarlet, we are going to go raid her. You guys are amazing. Have an absolutely fantastic night. I love you. Thank you again for sharing. Thank you for everyone that subbed and membershiped. The support that you give me, that's the money that I make to survive off of, so you're helping me pay my rent and stuff, and I appreciate that. It means a lot to me. Love you. Bye. All right, Twitch, I'll see you later. I sent the link in the thing. Love you. Bye.